Oh, Pristina 2024, the third edition of the Challenger continues. What a day we had yesterday. Seeds numbers 1, 2, and 3 lost the game in their respective groups. And because of that, we saw more ties than a Wall Street lunch. 3 pools were decided on points scored, and we lost third-seeded San Juan Churches in the process. We even have one of the teams from the qualifying draw still competing, especially in this game coming up, Calabasas from California. So we are in for a crazy day of games. We're with you all day from now until right around 10 o'clock local time when we wrap up the finals, and we'll have determined which 3 teams have picked up a ticket to the Wuxi Masters October 1st and 2nd. Stick and stay with us here on YouTube, or follow the highlights on @FIBA 3x3 on Instagram. My name's Boz Rosendahl, aka The Mountain, and I'll be with you live all day here for Pristina. Now let's get reintroduced to the teams. Vienna, the Austrians, dropped the game in pool play to Bordeaux Ballistique, but right in the ship against Fribourg. Wuxi Masters MVP Kaltenbrunner made sure his team got through with 9 points against the Swiss. Quinsanity added 7 points and 8 boards, combined with 5 highlights for a 555. And Team Vienna coming through first in pool play because of their feats. Again, Tony Blazon and Fabio Sonel joining the squad. And then there's Calabasas. They seem dead in the water after dropping a game to San Juan Churches and being down 17-11 with 2 minutes to go against Dusseldorf. Max Montana, the man coming out right now, went on a bender. He dropped 6 points in 30 seconds to tie the game up, and they won eventually 21-18, forced a 3-way tie, scored more points than the Puerto Ricans, which means they represent here today. They're one of the better shooting teams in the field. And again, they have 4 games and 3 wins under their belt yesterday. So let's see. Montana is leading the squad at 7 points per game. He's in the top 10 in scoring in the tournament. He's hit 38% of his twos, and he's got the funkiest hairdo out of all players here in Pristina. Look at the blonde locks flying everywhere. Weather right now in Pristina is good. We had a little bit of a rain delay yesterday, but the sun's out, and let's hope the players bring the guns out. Vienna and Calabasas have met up before, by the way. That was at the Samobor Challenger in September of last year. Fully different looking squads. The only player for Vienna representing here that was there is Diggs. Besides that, it was the math man Kramer and Murati. For Calabasas, only one change. No Justin Bassard, but Batten is taking his spot. That game ended up a 21-16 win for Vienna, with 8 points out of those 16 for Calabasas coming by name of Montana again. So watch out for Max in this one. Vienna, and we mentioned this yesterday, are one of the hottest teams in all of 3x3. They secured a Masters win just last week at the World Tour in Almaty, Kazakhstan. Got to the finals in Edmonton. Didn't win the finals there, but came in second. And before that, went to the Wuxi Challenger, where they also made the final. So Vienna on a ridiculous streak right now. Let's see how they fare in this 10-minute sprint. An offensive foul to start the game. Batten with the overzealous screening action there. Riley Batten also key in that game yesterday, coming up with 2 huge scores down the stretch to get him that 21-18 victory over the Germans. Here's the machine missing the floaty, so Nell can't get his mitts on it. A fresh 12 coming up for the Austrians. It's Kaltenbrunner. Kaltenbrunner again coming through with 9 points against Fribourg. Got to the cup at will. Vienna are leading the field in drives by a huge margin. They have almost twice the amount of drives to the cup as the second squad. There's Montana stepping back. 2 is off the mark. Rebound picked up, and it's Kaltenbrunner now going to the cup. He can't connect on the floaty off the glass. Back to Montana we go. Oh, Max loses it. Kaltenbrunner back to it. There is Blazon. The Vienna squad didn't shoot it that well in their games yesterday. Under 25% from the 2-point arc. And it's usually something they hang their heads on, so we'll see if they can continue here. A foul on the Californians, with the game tied 1-1 after a little bit over a minute of play. Oh, quick move by the machine. Blazon scooping in the lay. And now it's Lieberman moving behind the screen. Lieberman trying to keep the Wilson with him. Almost lost it, but draws a foul. High post action now for Calabasas. They lob it up to Batten. He tips it in. A 2-2 score as a result. There's Diggs underneath the basket playing against his countryman. Diggs, as you all might know, a United States citizen born in Kansas. Here's Diggs, and couldn't connect on the layup there. A lot of physicality on the play. No call, though. So we will determine today which 3 teams will pick up a spot at the Wuxi Masters. Those Masters held at October 1st and 2nd. There's also a big bag of prize money waiting at the end of this tournament, obviously. Oh, Montana losing to Wilson again. Now a call on the play. That's foul number 2 on the Austrians. Leave it to Montana. Montana behind the back, a 1-foot runner, forced up by the shot clock. And the 6'9" shooter can't connect on the shot. It's the Austrians with an opportunity to extend their lead here. Oh, there's Blazon blazing the nets again. 6-2 Vienna now. Can Calabasas stick with the Austrians? We know they can score a bunch of points in a hurry, but oh wow, Lieberman more luck than a fortune cookie on that shot. Forced up a prayer, went in off the glass, but the answer's right there for going to say for Blazon, he got stripped, so it's 6-4. A scoring spree for Calabasas. And that's gotten us to our first TV timeout, so take a look back at some of the action. Vienna had a long-range shot go down by the burner, and then Blazon also singeing the nets. So it's been their shooting prowess so far against Calabasas, who's gotten to the cup. You don't want to leave this Calabasas squad close in the game. Again, this Vienna team, your #1 seed out here. Oh, leave it smacked off the glass by Sonel. And there's Diggs with the scoop and the make. Take a look at Sonel, snatch net out of midair. 7-4 score here early in the game. Lieberman wide open, but no connection on the shot. Back to the Austrians we go. It's Kaltenbrunner now. Kaltenbrunner stepping back, lobbing it up to Diggs. Insanity. Easy layup. Diggs has been rounding into form as of late. Started the season out fairly slow, but has come on strong in the last few tournaments. The Austrians usually share the wealth. They all tend to get involved on the scoring end, maybe besides Sonel, who now stepped to the stripe. And that's saved in bounds, but ends up in the hands of Vienna, who now have a 5-point lead. Could be 6 after this Blazon take. Another miss underneath the basket for the machine. It was a little bit off the mark. Batten gets it batted away. Back to Diggs. Diggs on the move, in and out, stepping sideways, but again, no connection on the shot. Kaltenbrunner now dialing it up from long range. Here's Lieberman again from the corner. Teams trading misses now at this stage of the game. There's Diggs again. Help side's played by Lieberman. That's a smart play. Technical foul issued. Wonder who's that on. Diggs complaining to the referee, so I'm going to go ahead and say that might be on Vienna. Diggs complaining to the referee that there might have been a kickball violation, and it results in a Max Mantinga free throw. Montana back on the pitch. Just hit a free throw. Now he's on the move. Midi pull-up is good. So Max coming in and continuing his scoring prowess. So 10-6 we stand. We are under the halfway mark. Lieberman pulls up to the party with a splash ball. It's 10-8. And Lieberman coming up big here. His team at a 1-possession deficit. And don't keep those fellas close in the game. I'm telling you right now, this Calabasas squad can score in a hurry. Sonil on the move. Spins into action, fading off of one leg. Nuh-uh, digs. Foul called on the rebound. That is on Vienna. Both teams at 5 fouls now. Let's see what Calabasas comes up with as far as a play. They go to the high post. Lieberman gets it back to Montana. Montana attacking, digs off the glass, and that is a miss. Now Vienna with a reset. Pick and pop play for the machine. Splashing like Wipeout. Bang, bang. Blazon puts his team up by 4 right at the 4-minute mark. We got a TV timeout coming up. Back at some of the action so far in this one. This is earlier in the game when Kaltenbrunner pulled up to the 2-point party. And Vienna have been using the long-range shot here on day 2 of action. Still a little breeze out here in Pristina, but it don't matter. They got the scope unlocked. Calabasas looking at a deficit yet again. How is fatigue doing for them? They've played more games than anyone out here in the field. 4 games yesterday, after obviously a very long flight to Kosovo. So 4 games for them, only 2 for Vienna. That is going to matter when it comes to fatigue. Kaltenbrunner, no space for a drive. Kicks it out. Sonil under pressure, 3 on the shot clock. Sonil on the move. Somehow gets a shot up, but it's not in. An opportunity here for the Californian team to get back. Leave it hanging, but missing. There's Montana again, fading on a 2. That. Oh, the patience. Insanity left or right, loses batting all the way back there, splashes another 2-ball. Quinsanity with the handles and the shot. Montana could answer here for Calabasas. It's in and out. Batten picking that up, but they're fighting 2s with 1s. 14-10. Diggs again, crosses over this time, spins into action. That scoop is bucket flavor. 15-10 as a result. Vienna are putting it to Calabasas. Montana again from long range, and another miss for Max. Batten continues to get the offensive rebounds and continues to score underneath the basket, though. But again, Vienna's shooting 2s, and Calabasas is hitting 1s. Now it's Kaltenbrunner by himself. No one home underneath the basket. Macaulay Culkin would be proud. So same scenario as yesterday. Calabasas down big at the 2-minute mark, but Lieberman again with a big 2. Brings his team back within 3 points. Kaltenbrunner, no answer for Vienna. An offensive rebound, though. Up and in by Sonil. Difference at 4 points again. Can Calabasas mount a comeback? Lieberman, he's been hit. Lieberman again. Splash ball for Lieberman. 17-15. Calabasas ain't going nowhere. Then, out of bounds. Who's that out on? So a timeout to Vienna, who still hold on to a 2-point lead, but this Calabasas squad has a knack of hitting down big shots when it matters. go. Vienna out of the timeout, come up with a play. A fake screen. There's Blazon on the move. He's trying to attack Montana. Nothing at the end of that. A quick transition for Calabasas, but uh-oh. That's not cleared. You have to establish position outside of the two-point arc. And Montana didn't get fully cleared there, so that score's wiped off. A minute 20 on the clock. Kaltenbrunner again to the cup. And I told you this team, Vienna, is driving at will. Lieberman with the hesitation. Scoop shots missed. Batten. That rebound stays with Calabasas. All off the hands of Montana. This time it's Calabasas coming up with a timeout. Vienna, instead of a 2-point lead, now hold a 3-point lead. A couple of missed opportunities for the team from California. And if you want to beat an experienced squad like this Vienna team, your #1 seed out here, you can't have those type of lapses. Vienna looking decently comfortable here with that 3-point lead with a minute to go, but it is the game at 3x3, so I'm not counting anything out. We saw Montana hit 3 twos in the span of about 30 seconds yesterday against Dusseldorf. So, if anything, this Calabasas squad have the firepower to bring themselves back into a game like this, but they're going to have to make a stop first. Defense matters. Lieberman still discussing the previous wiped-off score there. Kaltenbrunner takes a check. A screen from Blazon. The machine pulling up. An offensive rebound now for the Austrians. Oh, good look. Blazon with the patience. And a foul on the play. That is foul number 6 on Calabasas. So only 1 free throw coming up. Both teams now right at the bonus mark. So next defensive foul will result in 2 free throws. An important fact going into the last stretch of this game. But first, Tony Blazon could get his team up to a 2-possession lead. 4 points in the plus for Vienna. Lieberman, a fake, and Montana, a make. Great look, great pass, 19-16, we stand. Kaltenbrunner, a 2 would end things. It's the machine lining one up, splash ball, and Vienna are on to the semifinals. The men in yellow kept their composure against hot shooting Calabasas, and your final score is the same as last year at Samobor, 21-16. Vienna is moving on here in Pristina. Calabasas, they're done after 5 games. Well played by the Californian fellas, but it wasn't enough against your #1 seed. Y'all enjoy these highlights. So our second quarterfinal of the day on deck here in Pristina, Kosovo. We got Marijampole, Mantinga, and Riffa stepping up to the plate. It's your number 2 seed in Riffa going up against your number 4 seed in Lithuanian Marijampole, Mantinga. And let's get you reintroduced to the squads. Here's Marijampole first. The addition of a legend proved fruitful for the Lithuanians. Artūras Milaknis, a long-standing 5-on-5 star for Lithuania, former EuroLeague player and member of the Lithuanian national 5-on-5 squad, joined the team and helped his team to 2 victories and a first place in Pool D. The shooting prowess for Milaknis transferred to a 30% clip from 2, and his presence gave a lot of room for others to operate. And Klienčinikas and Šulskis took advantage, scoring at will. 7 points per game for Klienčinikas, 6.5 points per game for Šulskis. Klienčinikas top 3 in scoring out here. They look balanced and dangerous. Let's see if it translates to day 2. Riffa, Bahraini Belgians started pool play with a stinker. A loss to Antananarivo combined with only 16 points scored put them in a hole, but Dennis the Menace didn't want to go home after day 1. He scored 10 points and hit a buzzer beater to put away Kandava Turība. A 3-way tie in pool play was the result, and they ended up in 2nd place because of the score. Does the slump continue for Riffa? They have not had the greatest of seasons. Are they able to manage to shake it off out here in Pristina? We will see in the next 10-minute sprint coming up. These squads have not met up this season, but they have met up last year at the Samobor Challenger. They met up in Pool B. That was a, well, then Antwerp, now Riffa win. And at the Prague and Wuxi Masters, it was a quarterfinals and a semifinals meetup. Both of those also Riffa wins. So 0-3 for Marijampole going up against the artist formerly known as Antwerp, Riffa. Here we go, 10-minute sprinting. And a look down low for Šulskis right away. Marijampole on the board first. And there's a saying in my native language, Dutch, the first language is worth, well, former money that we had here, the Rijksdaalder. No, I'm not going to bore you all with the details, but it's worth a little bit of money. Anyway, Klienčinikas. Klienčinikas on the move. and fouled on the possession. Augustinen, who was one of the most outstanding defensive players all day yesterday. He stood his ground and made a lot of shots difficult. The lanky Belgian rounding into form after coming back from a knee injury sustained last year. 2 points now for Marijampole. Voorts ending it off. There's Dennis the Menace going down to Voorts, but might have had a little bit too much butter on his toast there. That Wilson slipped off of his fingers. Possession back to the Lithuanians. And it is cool to see Arturas Milaknis out there on the court in 3x3. Again, the man has a lengthy state of service in 5-on-5 basketball. He's 38 years old. There he is, a knockdown shooter. Can't knock it down on that try. Let's see how he holds up and how he enjoys this game at 3x3. His team up 2-zip to start. And again, they have not been able to get out of the quarterfinals at all this year. Best result for them, a 6th place finish at the Clermont-Ferrand Challenger. They go up against a squad that's very up and down in Riffa. Best result for them, a 3rd place at the Utsunomiya Opener, as well as the Poitiers Challenger, but a lot of pool phase exits for them as well this year. Milaknis can't connect again. Riffa also dealing with some injury issues. Brian de Valk on the shelf with a knee injury, but that don't matter if you have Dennis the Menace. The man's a straight shooter. Led the field in player value. And 2nd in key assists. Donkor also 2nd in points per game and in highlights. Him and Voorts both racked up 6 key assists, by the way. That's just beautiful. And attests to the team play for the Bahraini Belgians. But it's Kliancinikas now on the stripe. 4 fouls already on Riffa. We've been at it for 1 minute and 20 seconds. Kliancinikas clean shaven like his head. Voorts almost stepped on the line, but kept it in bounds. Donkor now. A lot of pressure from the Lithuanians on on-ball possessions for Riffa. Results in a foul here for Marijampole Mantinga. There's Donkor fading on a shot, but it don't matter. Splash ball again. Dennis the Menace getting his squad back into things. Don't look now. He scored 10 points against Kandava Turība yesterday to make sure they got the victory. Knocked in a game winner as well, and Dennis leading the squad in scoring on the season, so playing like a man possessed. BVO. Voorts gets it to Augustine on the move, an easy layup. And Riffa stormed back and now has taken the lead. Schulskis. Tied again. Oh, Augustine lines up a 2-ball. Not his strength usually. Misses the shot and comes through with a foul on the rebound. Long range shot for Milaknis, who's not finding the range. The sun is shining from behind the basket onto the court. Might have something to do with it. And there goes Augustine. It took a full year to recover from that injury sustained last year, I believe, at the European Games. But his rounding into form, his defensive presence was key for Riffa in yesterday's action. The pool in Riffa was a very tough pool, by the way. They're your number 2 seed. They were matched up with the Latvian shooters in Kandava Turība, while Donkor splashes another 2-ball. That's his 3rd of the game, by the way. 3rd 2-ball for Donkor. But they weren't just matched up with that. They were matched up with former African Cup medalist Antananarivo, who have no fear in their game and can take down anyone. It ended up a 3-way tie with Antananarivo losing out by 1 point to this Riffa squad. Kandava coming in first, Riffa in second, Antananarivo now out. Oh, Shulskis with a big rebound, then a putback. It's 8-7. We've only been at it for 3 minutes, so both teams finding their groove here. VVO opts out of the shot, doesn't want to take it. Now lines up a 2. Oosterwijk, a miss on the shot. Now has to guard Shulskis. Shulskis spinning and winning off the glass. And if ties are the theme here, then your high school prom is in trouble. We've seen ties in pool, we've seen ties in play. It continues. It's a trend, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, we've gotten to our TV timeout. Look at some of the action so far. You'll see a lot of that man splashing. The man is singeing in nets. Dennis the Menace, sun in his face. But it does not matter. And then Augustine underneath the basket, finishing up and over. Shulskis there. So again, both teams have been getting their spots. Curious to see whether Marijampole can get Milaknis involved. He's gotten some easy looks, but again, in this game at 3x3, it's not inside, so you're dealing with the environment. There's wind, there's sun, it's hot out, so we'll see if he can get his shot going. Klienčinikas going left or right, fakes Augustine out of his shoes and somehow gets that shot to go. That's a shot you normally hit on horse. A game of horse, that is. Not on a horse. That would be, I don't know, whoever plays 3x3 on a horse. I still have to see that game. Anyway, a shot from a game of horse ties the game up at 9. Donkor to Voorts. He's wide open. Voorts, only 1 of 7 yesterday from 2. Can't find a shot again. Donkor is missing now as well. Marijampole pick up the rebound. It's out of bounds. And 9 seconds on the shot clock for the fellas in green. Chinigas back out on the pitch. And here we go. Shulskis now on the move. And Augustine smacks that off the backboard. Get that mess out of here. Kasper Augustine making himself felt on the defensive end, and Marijampole all kinds of a mess mentally now. Throw the ball out of bounds. Donkor, an offensive foul now on the screen. That's foul number 7 on Riffa. No free throws as a result, as it was an offensive foul, but Riffa is in the bonus. Next defensive foul will be 2 free throws. And a warning extended. Fresh 12 for Lithuanians. Milaknis fakes, opts out of the shot. Now he's got Augustine on him. Milaknis stepping all the way back. A deep shot is back rimmed. Quick transition. Ends up a foul. 5th foul, Marijampole. Donkor. Hand off from Fords. They try to get it down to Fords. Marijampole snuffs it out. They play help side defense on that possession. Great read by Klienčinikas, who now has the Wilson in hand. Klienčinikas to the rack. He drops it off. There's Simonis. Oh. See, he was going to try to get that shot up and in, and then he just didn't. I don't know. Zigimantis Simonis with a pretty bad miss. And then the ball's out of bounds. Who's that out on? Donkor, another 2-ball down. The man's putting in work like he's going to therapy. Dennis Donkor with 8 points, all off 2s. An answer for Marijampole. Šulskis will step up to the stripe and have 2 opportunities here. Dennis Donkor is just unconscious from long range in this game. Šulskis can't connect on the free throws. Saves it inbounds. That is off of the legs of Augustine. Heady play by Šulskis, but 2 missed free throws at this stage of the game is, well, that's not a great look. Marijampole in possession now. Klienčinikas gets a screen, lines up a 2. Big rebound for, well, both Milaknis and Šulskis, but Milaknis traveling on the play. Šulskis now will take a seat. Simonis back out on the half court. Riffa with a fresh 12 to work with. We are under the halfway mark in the game. Now a whistle on the play. That's foul number 6 on Marijampole. And a warning extended now on the Lithuanians as well. Fords, high post action. Donkor gets it back. Donkor, another attempt. And apparently he can miss as well. Oh, Donkor wanted it back but couldn't catch the Wilson. So that's out of bounds. And your second TV timeout is upon us in a tight one. It's 11-9 Riffa. We've gotten 8 points out of Dennis Donkor. Long-range shooting in their favor. Marijampole have been working underneath the basket. Šulskis has been putting in a lot of work. Can't fight 2s with 1s. We've mentioned this time and time again. Donkor now on the bench. And Lithuanian squad with a new possession, high post action. Klienčinikas wide open. Didn't even recognize it at first. There's Milaknis under pressure, puts up a 2. And a legend so far not able to connect. Fords now stepping back. And Klienčinikas cleaning up the boards. That was a good idea, but bad execution. And there's Forts again. But the woes for Forts from long range continue. Again, 1 for 7 from beyond the arc yesterday. Has not been able to hit one here today. But the 7th foul on Marijampole will put Casper the Ghost, Kasper Augustine, on the strike. And Augustine. Oh, another rebound for Riffa on that free throw miss. Only 1 free throw down, but a new possession for the man in yellow. They lose the Wilson out of bounds. Can the Lithuanians find any action that works outside of scoring underneath the basket? Marijampole, who were a pretty good shooting team yesterday, now are relying mainly on Schulskes getting things done, and he misses now. Stuck at 9 points after 7 minutes of play. Forts gets 2 screens. Forts looking for Augustine. It's broken up. Shimonis. Oh, he put enough defensive pressure out so that Augustine could not finish the play in time. 12-second violation as a result. And here goes Kliuchinikas again. An offensive foul as Kliuchinikas stepped in the way of one of the Riffa players trying to screen. He was moving. Both the referees snuffed that out. Because it's an offensive foul, it'll just be a change of possession, but 8 fouls on both teams, so with 2:48 to go, we're sure to see some free throws after this. Donkor gets a handoff. No space for a shot. Now he's open. Dennis Donkor. In and out. Wait a minute. Another whistle on the play. And a change of possession as a result. A turnover on Marijampole now, who are coming apart at the seams. Can't score, and now are compounding fouls and mistakes, and Donkor, a second try for Donkor. He drives now, an easy layup. Donkor a speedster, then Forts breaks up the pass outside. Riffa up by 4. Marijampole, I have to say, they look dead in the water at this moment. They can't get any consistent action going. And Donkor's been carrying the load for the Bahraini squad. Now a foul on Riffa. So this is what Marijampole needs. Clock stopped and 2 easy looks. Ilaknisno has not been able to find the bottom of the net whatsoever. Even if free throws aren't going in. Arturas finally gets one to go. Low post action for Jonas Ark. Steps through, keeps the Wilson, but no connection on the shot. Milaknis now. He's seen one go in, so maybe this helps. He steps back, lines one up. Knuckleballs at 2. We see a lot of Jonas Forts handling the Wilson at this stage, and he's good from the deep like SpongeBob and Patrick. I know y'all appreciate that. Bikini Bottom shout out. Anyway, 15 to 10 Riffa as a result of minute 43 on the clock, and it looks like Riffa has gotten hot at the right time. 5 twos down for the squad. 10 out of 15 points from beyond the arc. It was Donkor getting them started, singeing the nets from the top of the key. He continued the streak, but now Forts is getting involved as well. Marijampole have not been able to shoot from distance whatsoever. They've been missing mainly. It's It's been Šulskis underneath the basket, but 10 points after over 8 minutes of play is not enough here. It looks like they might be stuck in the quarterfinals yet again. Their record against Riffa/Antwerp on a loss will go down to 0-4 in the last 2 years. Might just be the matchup then as well. Šulskis now on the move. He runs into Augustine, kicks it out. Klinicinikas, a deep look. It's missed. Forced shots now by Marijampole. Milaknis saves it inbounds, but apparently his toe was on the line. So while Riffa's offense has been good, their defense has been better. They keep the Lithuanians to only 10 points in 8.5 minutes. Forts now, another open look, same spot, but the result's different. Augustine and Milaknis get tied up. Both players arguing that they didn't do anything. No call on the play. Shimonis to Milaknis. They need his shooting. He delivers in the clutch. 15-12. 3 points separate both teams. It's your second and your fourth seed going at it here. Pristina Forts now. Uh-oh. Did Milaknis just turn it over? Never mind, that might have been a technical foul as well. I see a foul go on the board for Marijampole. And Klinicinikas to Milaknis. Another open look. And Milaknis is getting hot at the right moment here. 3 points separate these teams. Uh-oh. Rebound on the play by Donkor. 40 seconds on the clock. Forts doesn't want to drive. Milking the shot clock here. Donkor attacking the rack again. A scoop layup and one. Dennis Donkor coming through for his squad in the clutch. It's 18-14. He's got 2 free throws coming up, and then possession. I see a technical foul issued as well. So Marijampole coming apart at the seams here. No rebound on this. It will be 3 free throws coming up for Dennis Donkor, who could put the game away. Donkor, he could put the game away with this one and get his team to the semis. Dennis Donkor, the man's got ice in his veins, and Riffa is moving on. 3 free throws to end their quarterfinal against Marijampole. And the Bahraini Belgians are at least top 4 in this one, shaking off that rust. Your final score in this one, 21-14. Y'all enjoy the highlights. After that, we will have a short break because we have a 2-point shootout. Next game is slated to start in right around 20 minutes. So don't go anywhere. I'll be here. Enjoy the highlights. Enjoy the 2-point contest. We'll be back.
këtu që po i shohim në Leta, cilët do të marrin pjesë në tretimet për 2 pikë. Warm-up shots. Nxemje, kam pak sekonda nxemje derisa stopi drejtëstregjit të gati, banka zyrtare të jetë gati me grafikat. I kemi disa nxemje këtu nga lojtarët. 2-point contest.
Okej, rregullat janë këtu. I kam 3 pozita, nga 5 gjujtë që ngjen nga 1. Edhe në fund janë 3 gjujtje bonus që ngjen nga 2 point. So guys, you have 3 positions, 5 shots, they count 1, and here you have 3 shots, it counts 2. So this is money rank. You have 3 shots here.
Okej, përkthejmë atë që ata fisin, I kam 3 pozita për tentime, nga 5 topa, 5 pikë, edhe kjo pozita këtu. 3 topa, një nga 2 pikë. Kështu që, rritarët e kanë një nxemje në vazhdim, fjalloj DJ Enzin, ose fisin dhe I sot I prezanton. Marius, please.
Marius, please.
Join us to the court.
How many minutes we have? Generalne drejtore, mas drejt, kushtrim mushitën të, e nga përgjitën në drejtore në sportën në komunën e Pristinës.
Mirë se na erdhe.
Elmira Tushko, sekretarja federatës, hajde në zhruar.
Mirë se na erdhe dhe sa të përnirë për kohën. Gjithë pa në shumë një dhe lojtarë, a kina I pritshmëri se kush mundet me vonë fituesi 2-point contest, sepse kjo është lifestyle dhe vetë, I njehta edhe njohin francezi. Lojtari me numër 2. Okej, kena një parashikim se kush mundet me vonë më I suksesshmi për këtyre lojtarëve. Derisa banka zyrtare të gati, grafika të gati, I ndrojmë edhe pak me...
Okay guys, we are ready. Please go behind the tunnel and wait for a name to be called.
Këto janë tentimet e fundit.
Alja Vazhdove.
Tibe. Okej, edhe një herë. I kam 3 pozicionime. 5 topa.
Këtë gjenë ka 1, edhe në fundit 3 topa në gjenë ka 2. Do më thonë money ball, maksimumi që mund t'i ngorë 21 pikë.
21 pikë.
Edhe I kanë 60 sekonda. So guys, you have 60 seconds. Me dorë tërgjitje,
E presim
Toni
Plaza! Edhe që të shojmë vazhdim sa të tjetë I
In my
sa.
count, we start 3, 2,
1, go! Tentimi parë,
Nuk o shënel.
I dyti. Tentimi tretë, I satë. Tentimi 5 I pasat, 5-1. Nuk ka pikë. 2 të sata.
2 pikë.
3 pis. 4. 5. Hajde me do drukite që do shëllim.
Hajde ma gjohë.
Hajde Toni. Toni. Ja, dhe një. 3 fundit.
4 pikë. Money ball. Gjuaj ka morë.
Hey! Toni! Hey! Marius! Hajde me doar trăghide! Me doar trăghide, vine Marius!
3, 2, 1, go!
The Dimi Bor!
Look off!
Il Dute! The Dimi Didret! Esa!
Look off!
The Dimi Kodio! Il Vassaf! Il Bastilio! Një pik ka shënuar, nuk shënohet të fyta. Nuk shënohet as kjo.
Look off! Se ne përëm se duke të kjo të paru të Look off!
Ka mundësin të shënoj këtu. Nëse është... Hajde me doar të lidje, presër. Epa, e me goj doar të lidje. One leg. Me dikomo të time për të di.
Por po mund që s'pjanin për e
Pak të shumë dërzuar, pak të shumë
Come on,
dërzuar.
man, come on, Moneyball!
Moneyball! Nuk ka. I para fundit. Jo, a të dimi ti i fundit, koncentrime, dhe i sekund, nuk ka.
Thank you, Mario!
Thank you,
What
thank
can
you.
we do? This is life! Sometimes it goes in, sometimes it doesn't.
Edhe është fitoni i fundit, a?
Favoriti jam, bure. Edi Steiner!
Me do të tërkitje, prezimete! Me do të tërkitje!
Hajde ke publika me në që bashkë në njërë, bure. Majna gote?
Po, se.
Hajde ke, hajde. 3,
2,
2, 1, go!
Të dimi par, i dyte, të dimi treti sa, i katërti, jo, të dimi di pest. Vazhdoj me do tërkitje, jetë të vullnet për shërimin e pikve. Po i kërkoj do tërkitje. Po i kërkoj do tërkitje, po vi do tërkitje, po e ko për krojën, i dojë në mund një.
Veç kursa nuk përvi.
E ko për krojën, nuk ka pik.
Burem, se duke Tony Blazan is our 3-point master champion. Let's see the last shot.
Hey, we won another one.
Thank you, man, thank you.
Me do tërkitje.
Okay, so our champion is Tony Blazan. Can you please come to the court?
Kom të
Hajde,
një.
do tërkitje.
Me do tërkitje, presim Toni. Shiki.
Congratulations, guys. Burem, stojna për shtremë shqipë, stojnë në sportit, për kulturin një dhe sport, në komunën e Pristinës, me do të
Me do tërkitje dhe kushtime e presim.
me ligja e do të thëmë,
Edhe këtë teme ko pas kësaj.
Hey, you know what's funny? He was a goalkeeper, so...
Me do tërkitje, jurojmë shqimin e 3-point contest. Tony Blazan, ku duhet jetë me i sukseshme për ditën e sotme.
Congratulations, Tony. Can you tell us why do you think you win the 3-point contest? Kobe Bryant.
Thank you, Tony. Faleminderit që të jeni këtu, është kjo edicioni 3x3 Pristina zonë LFDY. Shoh kolegë dhe kolege. Vazhdojmë me ndeshje tjera, me entertainment, me muzikë, me për energjike, pjeta deqme, me DJ.
Kobe.
Let's go. Series startaan. Terug in Kandava, LFDY. Nu dat iedereen aan het kosten. Ritorno nummer 3, Kandava,
All right, all right, all right. We would not leave you without 3x3 for long. You know that. We are down 2 quarterfinals. We got 2 more to go here at the Pristina Challenger 2024, the 3rd ever edition of the Pristina Challenger. And our 2 teams coming up next are maybe a bit surprising, maybe not, depending on how much 3x3 you watch. It's Kandava Turība coming out first, a loss and a win for the Latvians in Pool B. And first place in pool because of their scoring prowess. And score they can. 66% of their shots come from behind the arc. And they've hit him at a 31% clip. You see Edgar's crewman stepping on the court here. The former Olympic, or not former, the Olympic gold medalist at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics has provided an extra punch stepping onto this Kandava squad. He drained over 40% of his long-range attempt. If they can keep this shooting spree up, they are extremely dangerous. They're facing a squad that has a knack for making deep runs in tournaments. Podgorica, Kodio. It took them overtime to be able to represent in the knockout rounds here in Pristina. They had a must-win game against Athens, your last game of yesterday's action, and it turned into a shootout late. Podgorica drew the fastest in overtime. It was Ivanovic pulling the trigger on the kill shot, and here they are. Riffa helped the Montenegrin cause by scoring 9 points and pulling down 7 boards in that game. And I told you, these fellas usually go deep on deep runs in tournaments once they make it to game 2, or day 2, I mean. They also led the field in key assists with 14 dimes. Let's see how they fare. Podgorica not hitting 2s at a very high clip. So it's going to be inside the key where they make their difference against a Kandava Turība squad that is just gun happy. They're happy to draw. 66% of their shots come from beyond the arc. I'll repeat that stat because it's just an incredible number. Usually teams average right around the 35 to 40% mark. And they just don't mind emptying the clip. Anyway, we have 10 minutes sprinting to go. 2 of them in the quarterfinals, then 2 of them in the semis later on today. And right around 10 o'clock tonight, we'll have a final. I'm Boz Rosendahl, a.k.a. The Mountain. If you want to hit me up and talk about these games, let me know at BAZZ50 on Instagram. And here we go. It's Upsides to the legend himself, Edgar's crewmates. He gets it back. And, well, you know what? His first 2 a little bit off the mark. Here's a long-range attempt for Podgorica. Ivanovic can't get it to go to rebound. Ends up with the squad. A whistle now on the floor. Fresh 12 to work with for the squad from Montenegro. Here's Ivanovic working behind the screen. He's looking for Jovanovic, spinning into action. Oh, missed from close range. And after working on his offensive rebounding stats, Podgorica Kodio now on the board. Luditis with the answer. Actually, that's missed point blank range. These two squads have not met up in the past. Both fairly new teams in the world of 3x3. Again, Podgorica stepping onto the scene last year and made a finals run at the Constanta Masters and have continued their trend of, again, making deep runs this year. A 4th place at the World Tour in Marseille earlier this year, and then a finals run at the Quebec Challenger. And primed to do so again, but this Kandava squad is nothing to mess with. Rajcevic, nuh-uh. Gets it back. Asks for a screen. Rajcevic on the move this time. Gets by everyone. His scoop layup is good, and Podgorica off to the races. It's 3-zip. Luditis with the miss. Minute and a half of no scores yet for Kandava. Luditis, who led the squad in scoring at 6 points per game. He finds Apsidis fading away, righty hook, and Kandava don't seem to be able to score against the stingy defense for Podgorica. Rajcevic on the drive again. The man is faster than Speedy Gonzalez. Marko Rajcevic with 2 layups to put his squad up 4-zip. What a start for Podgorica Kodio. Can they continue? Glutitis finds Krumins. Krumins is blocked on a 2-point attempt. Ivanovic now takes it in for the easy spike. Uh-oh. Podgorica. They got all game unlocked. Using cheat codes out here. It's 5-zip. Ivanovic smashing and bashing. That's held the basket. It must be hurting after that take. Apsidis. Finally, Kandava gets on the board after over 2 minutes of play. 5-2. But when you shoot from long range, scores are worth double. So they can get back in the game in a hurry. Krumins. Fouled on the play. Smart move by the veteran. That fake made sure that Podgorica ran into their 3rd foul. A long-range attempt by the Latvians. Masters is not connected, though. Ivanovic tries one. So this is your number 5 seed meeting up with your number 7 seed. I told you yesterday's pool phase was a mess. Podgorica, they came in 2nd in Pool D after losing to Marijampole, Mantinga, and then needing a overtime buzzer beater to take care of Athens to make it out here. Kandava, a fully different story. They lost to Riffa to start the day yesterday. And had to beat Antananarivo to make it out here. They did so, 21-19. It got them the 1st place in pool play. Wow, what a find underneath the basket. There's Jovanovic waiting. Krumins, knuckleballs at 2. And it's 6-4 after right around 3 minutes of play. We've gotten to our first TV timeout. And both teams have been getting to it as we knew was going to happen. It's Kandava with the long-range prowess, and Podgorica scoring underneath the basket. So far, advantage Podgorica, though. Ludidis now. Oh, floaty. Take that to the pool. Ivanovic stepping back. No connection on the pass. Oh, it's picked up, though. Back to Ivanovic from the corner. Rajcevic cleaning up the mess. 7-5. Krumins now on a drive. He ends up getting the offensive rebound. Is fouled on the play. Edgars Krumins, one of the more physical players out in the entire world of 3x3. There's Gludidis again, a midi this time. Back to Podgorica. Screening action for Rajcevic. He denies the screen, is fouled on the play. That's number 6 on Kandava. We're at the bonus. Next defensive foul will mean 2 free throws for the Montenegro man. There's Ivanovic with the fake and the make. What a hesitation. Podgorica keep on going. A quick shot by Masters is missed. Ivanovic with the board. Another hesitation. Krumins didn't bite this time, so Kandava finally get a stop. A quick shot from Gludidis' front rim. Kandava has not been firing on all cylinders like we've seen him do yesterday. Rajcevic, how'd he get that pass through? That was tighter than his medium shirt. Jovanovic can't make him pay, though. Krumins on the drive. And credit to Ivanovic for the defense. The man's sticking like a leech. Edgars Krumins, no space to work with on either shots or drives. There's Krumins. Now he finds Gludidis, who's trying a contested shot. Krumins stepping back. A wild look from 2. We've seen Edgars Krumins hit that shot time and time again. But this time is off the mark. So his Kandava squad still down as we approach the halfway mark in this one. They need to do a little soul searching and find their long-range shooting ability. Gludidis fouled on the play, so now both teams at 6 fouls. Masters puts up a 2, and he's behind the arc like a lightning wizard. Splash ball. And Kandava bring it back to 1-point game here. Rajcevic, no answer. The rebound for Vujadinovic. And a foul called on that rebound. That foul is on the Latvians. So we will see 2 free throws come up for Alexa Vujadinovic. Connects on both free throws. Masters with the move and the make on the baseline. So while the long-range shooting is not showing up yet for Kandava, or at least not much, they have been active in the mid-range and have stuck close to this Podgorica squad. So they've changed their tactics slightly. No longer do they almost shoot 70% of their shots from long range. They have been trying to get closer to the basket. Ludidis, their leading scorer, loses to Wilson. Ludidis, 4 seconds on the shot clock, a deep shot. No connection again. Wi-Fi is out so far for Kandava. Latvians down because of it. Again, the hottest shooting team in the entire field of play yesterday. Outside of maybe Antananarivo, who were out of the tournament. But they have not been able to connect. Jovanovic. I don't think that's a shot that Podgorica want him to take. The air ball's a 2. And that will be a 12-second violation. That's gotten us under 4 minutes, so second TV timeout upon us in this third quarter final from Pristina, Kosovo. And as you can see in the background here, the sun has set, so no longer will shooters have that in their face. I expected Kandava to hit some shots because of that. It was Krumens that got one to go down, but besides that, it's been mostly Podgorica working hard on defense, making those 2-point attempts very, very difficult. Masters. To Gludidis. Gludidis on the move, and an offensive foul on the play. Vidinovic with a quick roll and the easy lay. So, a 3-point lead now for Podgorica Kodio. That could change here. Oh, Gludidis, he's going to wish he had that one back. Point blank range, couldn't get the layup to go. Ivanovic, bang, bang. Now Podgorica has a big lead, 13-8. Apsidis has been absent this game. Not seen much of the second leading scorer of Kandava. They have not been able to get to their spots whatsoever. Meanwhile, Raicevic driving like it's the Autobahn. It's 14-8. Podgorica running away with this one. Can Kandava mount a comeback? Apsidis, this will help. 2 hands for safety. Baby dunk for the bearded Latvian. And Ivanovic now, that's a different sport. A sliding and a kickball violation there. Europe Cup is over, boys. Anyway, timeout on the floor, as you saw Rev Vlad signal. And we are at a 5-point lead for Podgorica Kodio. They have grinded the game down to their speed, and Kandava has not been able to connect on any shots from long distance. So we'll see if they can fight back. Little brother in the last 2 minutes and 45 seconds. And the crowd is watching on here from Zahir Payaziti Square. And there goes another splash ball for Ivanovic, who's lighting up the nets. 7-point lead now for Podgorica. This game's getting out of hand. Kandava's long-range shooting's been drier than dad jokes, but some freebies might help. That was foul number 7 on Podgorica, so we'll see Apsidis line up 2 here. He's back irons the first, but we'll get that one back. Actually, I don't think he'll get that one back. It's just his second attempt. Misses both at a crucial stage of the game. So it's Podgorica coming through again. Rajcevic, a difficult shot, no make. Glutitis, a kick out. Crewman steps back, in and out. See these chases down the board. But 6 points separate both teams here. Rajcevic gets one to drop again. He got 7 points. Crewman's quick trigger, no. And then a foul on Rajcevic on the rebound. So Kandava compounding mistakes here. With 2 minutes to go, that's foul number 9. It's 2 free throws coming up for Marko Rajcevic, who continues his stellar play out here, Pristina. Again, that 9.7 rebound outing yesterday against Athens got them here, and he's continuing to trend, splashing into Fribourg, putting his team up to 18 points. And this looks like the break that Podgorica Kodio need in this game. As again, Kandava is a dangerous squad, but I don't think they can erase a 9-point deficit in 2 minutes. We'll see, though. It's the game at 3x3. Crewman's down low on the block, playing down there like it's Super Mario. 19-11 on the block like Super Mario. I know y'all got that. Come on. Ah. See? Y'all better listen and learn. Ivanovic on the move. He loses Masters, lines one up. That could have been game. But possession back to the Latvians. Uh-oh. See? Masters just throws that one away. So fresh 12 and game point on the board for Podgorica Kodio. It's who will end things. They go with Ivanovic, Jovanovic, and Vujadinovic. Ivanovic working behind the screen. Rescreen action now. Ivanovic not open underneath the basket, but he muscles one up and in off the glass. 22-11. Opsidi's a quick pull-up, but the trend continues for Kandava. Drier than the Gobi Desert out here. Can't hit a shot from long distance whatsoever. And there goes your game winner. Hanging on for safety is Vujadinovic. And Podgorica take apart Kandava Turība. 21-11. A great defensive and offensive display for the men from Montenegro. We'll see Podgorica in the semifinals, and again, they make a deep run at a tournament. Final score, 21-11. Y'all enjoy the highlights. We got one more 10-minute sprint coming up in the quarterfinals from Pristina. We've seen Podgorica, Riffa, and Vienna move on to the semis. And who's going to join them? Will it be Dusseldorf, LFDY, or will it be Fribourg? Let's get you reintroduced to both squads. It's the Germans coming out first. Somehow, someway, they managed to lose a game in which they were up 6 points with 2 minutes to go. They imploded, but managed to get the one bucket they needed, a late score, to put them in first in the pool based on scoring in a three-way tie. Look for them to redeem themselves with Leon Fatigue hitting away. Their leading scorer on the season was a tad bit quiet yesterday, but he's drawn the most fouls out of anyone in the field. He and his squad put opponents in trouble faster than your best friend in high school. It's Krop, Fatigue, Wendler, and Geski representing Dusseldorf out here in Kosovo. They take on the top rebounding team in the field. We knew that Jurkovic could rebound, but they brought another big fella in Martin. They managed to get through by the skin of their teeth after dropping a game to Vienna. They needed to beat Bordeaux by 8. They managed to get him by 9. Because of that, they represent out here on day 2. Martin, their new addition, you can see him here with the number 6. He wears a mask on the court. It took him a game to get going. He only scored 1 point in the loss to Vienna. But then in a win over Bordeaux, he went huge. 7 for 7 from the field. 8 points, 7 boards for the big fella. Again, he's joined by the 2 Jurkovic's as well as Kazadi. And it is your number 8 seed in Fribourg meeting up with your number 6 seed in Dusseldorf. Fribourg, a finalist at the last 2 editions of this Pristina Challenger in 22 and 23. They ended up losing the finals. This year so far for Fribourg has been all semifinals runs. First in Penang, second in Orléans, 4th at their home challenger in Fribourg. So look for them to continue that trend, but this Dusseldorf squad ain't nothing to mess with. And again, Dusseldorf draw an average of 10 fouls a game. So we'll see how they match up with this tall and physical Fribourg team. Fribourg not a whole lot of 2-point shots down yesterday. But enough to get by, obviously. They went 5 of 26 from long range. Dusseldorf was 6 for 25, so not a lot of separation on long-range shooting for these 2 squads. There's Fatigue trying one. Knuckleballs into 2. Leon Fatigue got Dusseldorf up 2-zip. Jurkovic to Jurkovic. To Jurkovic again. And a rebound, and with a second to go, Jurkovic sees one toilet bowl down the rim. So it's 2-2 now. Fatigue on the move. Oh, what a pass. Wendler is open. We're off to the races now. An offensive foul. So I do believe that's on Fribourg. Dusseldorf and Fribourg. After 30 seconds of play, they got me out of breath. It's 3-2 and a foul already. Krop will take a seat. Geske stepped out on the pitch. Fatigue at it again. We talked about this yesterday, but the young guard getting his first real shot at pro circuit minutes in FIBA 3x3 came through the German youth teams on the Nations League. He's still active in the Nations League. But Fatigue, averaging over 7 points per game in 2024, has really splashed onto the scene. As a crafty guard, he can knock down some shots. He's also a good passer, as we saw earlier in his delectable dish to Wendler. Here we go again. Kazadi lines up a 2-ball. Jurkovic saves it, and Kazadi gets it back. Floaty's no good. Verti comes away with it. Oh, runs into trouble. And it ends up with Martin underneath the basket. We're tied at 3. The Germans played in Langfang last week at the Challenger out there. Had a great day one, kind of like yesterday. They did end up picking up 2 victories out there in pool play, but then imploded during the quarterfinals against Wuxi. And they are looking to improve from that result. It's Krop with the miss. We go to high post action here for the Swiss. Kazadi is open again. You might see a lot of missed shots from long range in this one. Again, both teams right around that 25% mark. Verti lobs it up, but it's broken up. Wendler still catching underneath the basket, fading away. What a shot. Verti with the board. Wrapped up by Kazadi. And that's a jump ball situation, and if you're unfamiliar with 3x3, a jump ball means defensive possession. So we'll see the Wilson go over to Fribourg. We'll go with Jurkovic, and Martin. Uh-oh. Vertigue on the floor. Some extracurricular activity out there. Taking offensive fouls extended on Fribourg. Things are getting chippy like a bag of Doritos early. Geske is filling in for Bryant. They work it down to Wendler, and he works it into the basket. Jurkovic creating contact, cannot finish over Wendler, so good defense on the 30-year-old as well. Geske losing everyone, a midi pull-up. Oh, misses everything. Wendler, nuh-uh. Jurkovic gets blocked on the attempt. There's Geske coming away with it. Wendler's open underneath. And is that a 3-second violation, I hear? Foul on the play. It's foul number 4 on Fribourg. They go to the high post. Vertigue, good hands by Kazadi. And then a foul called on Krop for holding on to Jurkovic. So in absence of, that's an unsportsmanlike, as Jurkovic was open. But in absence of Jonathan Dubas, it's been Martin underneath the basket, but not on Jurkovic playing bigger as well. Again, Jonathan Dubas not with the squad. He's the leading scorer on the pro circuit for this Fribourg team. He's also a knockdown two-point shooter. Has had a heck of a season so far. Subbed him in for Martin, who really did well yesterday, especially in that second game. But it puts more of an onus on Jurkovic. Not on Jurkovic, that is. Uh-oh! Wipe that like a runny nose. Verti got it back. Can't get into 2, though. We were just talking about Swiss Khalifa, and he brought out the Go-Go Gadget arms. Wipes the Verti shot off the glass. As we look back on Thomas Jurkovic's 2-ball.
Agency, Phoenix Group, Gerd Group, Ekla, Gerdsby,
Oh, here we go. Fatigue again. They pick up a steal. Fatigue picks up a bucket. We're tied at 5. There's Jurkovic smashing. Uh-oh, blocking 2. Fatigue spins away with it. There's Jurkovic with the block again. Crop a 2 is missed. Swiss Khalifa is making his impact felt in this game. Now Martin lines up a long-range shot. The leading rebounding team in the field again picks up an offensive rebound. Jurkovic throwing that one in. Jurkovic splash from the free throw line. It's 7-5 Fribourg. And the size for Fribourg's been a real problem here. Geski, bully ball. It's Wendler underneath. Now he gets fouled on the rebound. So foul number 5 on the Swiss. It's one of those games that you're on the edge of your seat the entire time. You never know what's going to happen. Wendler to Fatigue. Fatigue working behind the screen, stepping back, fading away. The rebound's back to the Swiss. Kazadi trying to create some space. There's Jurkovic. Thomas Jurkovic's second 2-ball of the game puts his team up by 4. Jurkovic, who only scored about 1.5 points a game yesterday, only hit on 1 of his 8 attempts from long range. Now already has 2 down. That's what Fribourg needs. They need somebody to pick up the long range scoring. In absence of Jonathan Dubas, who's usually the one to do it. Kazadi was only 18% from long range yesterday. Again, Thomas Jurkovic 13%. Nathan Jurkovic, Swiss Khalifa was actually okay, 2 of 5. That's a 40%er. Wendler opting out of a drive. There's Krop back to Wendler. Wendler lefty scoop is good. Dusseldorf needs some consistency, though. There's not on Jurkovic again. Martin, no. Another offensive rebound for the Swiss. And plays broken up again by the long arms of Jurkovic. So both on offense and on defense, he's proven to be a problem. Wants a screen. And a foul on the play. Dusseldorf at 5 fouls now. As are the Swiss. They're holding on to a 3-point lead just past the halfway mark in this one. Who will be the last team to join the semifinals? Will it be the Swiss Fribourg squad, or will it be Dusseldorf LFDY from Germany? Martin underneath. Missing point-blank range. Geski now on a drive. Lefty scoop is good. Dusseldorf back within a possession. A warning extended on Dusseldorf for playing defense in the key. Geski gets a screen. Geski steps back. He's wide open. Niklas Geski, 1-2. 9-9. We are tied yet again. And I told you we had more ties than high school prom out here, both in pool play as in the games. Oh, spinning. Not winning. Mess is cleaned up by Martin Krop, now passing everyone. There's Wendler. Oh! Denied! Swiss Khalifa throws it back like a 90s song. Fatigue, no space to work with. that hits the back iron. Opportunity here for Fribourg to extend the lead. Martin wills himself into a layup. That man has the best views in the house. We've seen him a couple times now. He's just sitting in the sun, enjoying the games out of here in Kosovo. What a spot to live, right next to Zaire Pajazidi Square. Get a look at all the action here. Now, if you want to get a look at all the action, I advise you to hit the subscribe link below on YouTube, as well as go to Instagram and hit up at FIBA 3x3. Take a look at all the action from here, as well as some of the other stuff that's been happening. We had a women's series in Azerbaijan today. You take a look back at some of the stuff from last week when we had a Masters in Almaty, Kazakhstan. We are worldwide. We're global, y'all. This game at 3x3, it's even Olympic. We'll host our second 3x3 in the Olympics starting in a little bit over the week. We got a little special cookings for y'all. You know, I'm gonna refrain from saying what it is. There is gonna be an announcement on socials tomorrow, so keep your eye on that. Wendler, meanwhile, after that 7th foul on Fribourg, missing a freebie. Getting the second one to splash. Dusseldorf in double figures here. Kazadi lobbing it up. Martin with the finish underneath. Wendler could answer here quickly. Spins into action. So Dusseldorf ain't going nowhere. Krop with the steal. They get it back to him. Krop underneath with the lefty. Miss. Krop also working on his offensive rebound stats. We're tied at 12. Kazadi, they go with the connection yet again. He found them like Nemo. Fribourg, they got Martin going towards the basket, and he is not stopped yet. Wendler spinning and winning underneath. A scoop shot makes it 13-all. We got 2:50 on the clock. Martin now on the move, up and over Wendler. Offensive rebound, there's Thomas Yerk. Oh, point bank miss. Kazadi now from long range. Somehow they work it to Kazadi, and he burns the nets up. It's 15-13. Krop could answer here. Side rims it 2. Jurkovic trying to calm everyone down. It's Kazadi now. Working on Krop, a fake and a miss. There's Krop with the nifty pass. Wendler has just been incredible in this game. He's finishing underneath the basket. Finishing like there's no tomorrow. Feed the parking meter. Florian Wendler. Get that Wilson to him. Kazadi. Driving on Geske, end of the shot clock, it's missed. Wendler now with the board. Dusseldorf could tie here with about 1:45 on the clock. Krop, a deep look, no good. Both teams look like they're out of gas a little bit. Timeout called. That was a long stretch with no breathers for anyone. A 1-point lead remains for Fribourg. Gotten that Kazadi-Martin pick and roll going, and that is lethal. Dusseldorf, they have one man and one man only. It's Florian Wendler underneath the basket, working on what looks like a double-digit game. The man's cooking up some Kung Pao chicken underneath that basket. Minute 35 remains in the last quarterfinal of the day. Who will join the other 3 semifinalists? We are going down to the wire in this one. Swiss Khalifa spinning around everyone. 2-point lead for his squad as a result, 16-14. Geske gets a screen. Geske to Fatigue. Fatigue going baseline. Somehow hangs and hits. The man's tricky like Run DMC. Now he has to guard Martin. Martin moving him out of the way like he's moving some furniture. 17-15. Geske, quick answer for the Germans. Oh, wow. We got about 4 points in the span of 10 seconds there. That was ridiculous. Geske. 18 to 16 it stands. He finds fatigue. So both teams are all offense now. It's Jurkovic down to Martin. No more defense being played. 2-point lead for Fribourg. Dusseldorf need another score if they want to get back. Fatigue finishes up and over Swiss Khalifa. 19 to 18, a steal by Geske. Krop to Fatigue. Fatigue looking at Martin. Fatigue sidesteps into a 2. No good, but a foul on the play. Wow. Kilian Martin just put Leon Fatigue on the stripe for 2 free throws. Look again, the young German guard pulls up to the party, misses the shot. But because it was a 2-point attempt, we'll see him take 2 free throws. First one hits the front of the rim. A make here would tie with 25 on the clock. Leon Fatigue, not even 24 years old. He's leading his team in scoring on the season. Ties the game at 19. A 2-pointer would end things. Kazadi pulls up for 2. Splash ball, and the Swiss move on. What a shot. Jonathan Kazadi wide open. Lets one fly. He wasn't great from the 2-point arc so far, but this is the one that counts. And your final score in this one, Fribourg taking 21 to 19 on that game winner by Jonathan Kazadi. We will see them in the semifinals. Dusseldorf, an early exit yet again in a game that was theirs for the taking. But when it mattered most, they couldn't get their defensive pressure up on Jonathan Kazadi. Y'all enjoy these highlights, after which we will have a bit of a break. A slam dunk contest coming up. And y'all enjoy that for sure. The semifinals are slated to start around 8 o'clock local time. That is in 35 minutes. So enjoy the highlights, enjoy the dunk contest. Don't go anywhere. I will be here at 8 o'clock, and I expect you to be there.
Okej, men då tror vi det ju jag står i juridiska damkontest. Sekretarja federatens basketboll i Kosovo. Men då tror vi det ju jag namn. Sonjusa Elvira Dusko.
Po iki numrat atë për m'ja jep rezultatin e kujtitjeve. Tash, vazhdej me presim, me duar të rëkitje. Lerant Stavileci! Prej tunelit. Kes, kush na vjen tjetër?
Shpresojmë që juri nuk e kena të korruptume, e kanë me konë fair.
As me njofshëm.
E tash e kena im basketbollistin, im drejtorin, për sport të komunën e Prishtinës, Bart Krasnicin.
Me do të rëkitje presim e bardhe. Me do... pas pas me lujtë dhe bardhe. Një fotografi zyrtare e Nurit të keni, kjo është shpendi, edhe shpendi e ka po, u gry. 6-0-6-7. E nërë, shpend, do pikja për juve. 6-0-6-7.
Okej, fillojnë në ngullit të pak në mëzej.
Zemje.
DJ, shpreja pak zonën, drejtë në mëzej.
die kont preferum anzeme në këto. Presa të parta më të mira, Arceza, presë që e kom se për kullitin e ti që kam e kun mira, nuk po ti me vendos në cëla, të dresa që ishin e vesh të vektor. Ka që për show. Edhe për fotografi. DJ Kodio, bonga zyrtare Kodio.
Guys, you need warm up or are you okay? Okay, can you go in the tunnel for introduction?
Back introduction.
Okay, DJ. Mund më marrë një kohë të mirë për të prezantim.
Para se nga njërë spisin prezentimet, lirësht për i me thonë për në një kohë të ishtash me telefona edhe me gjërime, përveç që ishe një live një pasë dhe pytime në telefon, po së ju përrem s'na racove, për në një kohë të telefona, edhe nga në regull, kësë kur ti është gati.
Okej, i ftojna të dy kulicat, mas pari u shkojna me Mr. Vadim Miller!
Me do të gjidje përse, me do të gjidje, qaj. Qajo!
Rek kulisit tjetër, Luke Reki!
Me do të gjidje përse, qajo Prishtin.
Vadim is the first one, Vadim is the first one. Okay, Vadim, before you start the first dance, I want to call our sponsor to give you the ball. E ftojna postën raketa, cila ka një post. Për Vadimin. Hajde do të gjidje me vetë bukurë.
Opa, mirë se na erdhe.
Se ja do zënë topin atë. You see bro, we deliver you the ball.
Që shka në regull me kushin, se
Wait a minute, wait. Now we have the scoreboard, we ready?
Ponga zyrtare gati, kushin regull o fes.
Estra me Elin janë gati atë. Partën në ngullim më të nëshonja ato. Me zhurën publika, me një zhurën shumë të madhe,
Hajde, Pristina!
let's go!
Tendimi por për kullitje. E presim Jurina gjëtë të. Jurina mori vidimin në Gjeran Savileci.
Rondi, në bordin në të shumë të shklijet 8.
Elvira Shtot.
Elvira se një profesor që e këmë posë që rejtë që këta mojtë për vete.
Nuk jam vete, ha? 8, 7, 9, guritja e parë. Okej.
Kotoli bërë, Vadim Miller i ka njëzat e ka përpi.
Aha.
Okej.
Tash jemi gati.
Jena gati, we ready?
Pristina, jemi gati?
Let's go, let's go.
Are you ready? Jemi gati? Këtër është ta fes?
Hajde.
Këtër është ta fes? Zemje, jo, zemje të kanë bërë marë.
Kena dhe një të fes. Bravo, Shika. Një rondi me një shtokse, e ka bërë dhe nume.
Gjosht,
Me Elvira me shtok.
7.
Jolina i kena shumë serioze, bërë.
Po kërkojnë Juria diçka më ekstravagonte, diçka të jashtëzakonshme, diçka që po na pret në vazhdim. Derisa doli pikë në vend.
Luke në total i ka 20 pikë në reshtash. Një darë të gjite për Luke. Pak e ka rodhen, Vadim Miller e ka ngullitin e dytë.
Give me a second. Apo keni qef në pangulitje ma të mira ajo, po një zhurëm. Podgorica, Mattina, Buongiorno! Ciao Pristina, haydi. When are you ready? Haydi. Aus Profitop auf dem Rücken. Aus Profitop auf dem Rücken mit Glück maximal. Wow. Ecco qua per Croia nel pubblico. Ecco qua per Croia nel pubblico. Fes. Avremo un buon video mattina per il giuro. Buongiorno. Buongiorno, Pristina! Tempo, что quer? Pristina, buongiorno! Juro! Non teoria! Non.
8, 9, and 9.
Só por fundo do jogo. Por jogo só por fundo. Kosovo me thar për me kriju një moment shumë të mirë tjetës vetë. Artoni po thëtë?
Okay, can we find 2 girls?
Oh, unë Artoni në shojë sot.
2 girls. Okay, Elia hade Elia för en man gått. Så Efren kan leva. Det var en ideal i gås, men han vill cigarett.
Секреты от метра, yes! Секреты от метра, yes! Yo! Секрет... Красом пул, дальше по секрету. Вчера. Te krovi vi. Kako? E po besushme.
Njerë ma do samin edhe në poshtë të fujna me gjithë.
E po besushme. Qeni ku? Da?
Përgatitje dhe fundit ose për pati mëndër.
A ki emocione?
Slam Dunk Contest, vetëm në 3x3 Pristina, powered by Raketa Dunk Contest. Posta Raketa. Volem posta Raketa dhe patime kanë të qënë. Jam shpejt. Hajde këtë go, hajde këtë go.
Hajde Pristina. Hajde Pristina. Hajde.
Hey, ju me bora, shoot.
Çöre pis. Kemi pikë që si kemi po asë njërë. Nisë në pas. Nisë në pas. Pasmoj. Nisë në pas pikë. 105. Okay. Kemi vendimin tjetër vis. You ready? Okay, wait. Let's make them ready. Pristina, ai gati për ngulitjen e radhës, Pristina. Ai gati për ngulitjen e radhës, Pristina. Gati. ketë diçka që s'ka bërë më herët. Do ketë diçka që s'ka bërë më herët aty. Çka po ndodh këtu? Çfarë asistimi do të jetë? Apo duhet futbolla basket? Çfarë asistimi? Pik, në njerë pik. Krejt drejtëse. Krejt drejtëse.
Adime o të mbonë që ka me provoni në gullin e se te ka bu kër një. Bash, qao të dosh me bu, hajde të këshirë. A më veç e ti që do të përkrojnë a buklin.
Sta që në shkojnë publika dhe përkrojnë bashkë. Një gulliti që se ka provu as një herë nuk i ka bu kër me vende tjera, vazhdim pa e provon me bu. Kështu që, Pristin, e aja këm përkrojnë edhe përmendjen. Hajde me dorë drëgitje. Vazhdim! You can write. Hajde Pristin! Pedim që ka dhe me bo. Shumë është të pësi. You're gonna do it. We want that. Pentru ce părinte. Haide Pristina, ca nevoie pe glorie. Pristin, ca nevoie pe glorie. This is it. This is it. Haydi. 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 Maşım jurë, Pristin, maşım jurë, Pristin. Maşım jurë, Pristin. Maşım jurë. DJ, stes, aja japim qëtësin absolute. DJ, daj muzikën. Qëtësin absolute, letë koncentrohet maksimalisht për këtë kulitje. Qëtësin absolute. Watch this, watch this, watch this! Ai. Pes, me bo pes. Qëtësi absolute, Pristin. Temas nesër e kësha vazhdu që shtë. E do Androkit e ka meritu shmime.
Panderet, Julia. Thank you guys. Thank you, Belgium. En voor hem praat ik nog in. Dat is geen meer €1000.
€1000.
Dat is geen meer €1000.
Great, ja. S'ka trejtër. Nisim. Nisim.
Okej, me ligë, ku e ko me ligë? Me ligë ko me dy skupin, pej për motin, sa që e ko për motin, edhe ko mi bu të dyrina, edhe të qëtë e kësën, qëtë e kësën ko mi pëtu të sinjarë.
Kush, krejt koma. Hajde me ligë.
Ko me bërë kesh, asë për në spokës, pusta në kjetë, krejtë e mokët dhe të foto. Kur do për së gjinero, hajde një shtu të në, hajde një shtu, hajde një. Qëre kjo si me kohë pjullin, që që kërë e kohë për e do dhe mu martu.
Me ligë. Gati me ligë. Dhe është brava, e dente. Dë, ne, jepje. Opa, dhe dhe për lasëtore. Ja.
Ju kemë rejtë.
Ju kemë. Avro është dhe pak me ligë, avro dhe pak. Që do e kima mjetë. Hajde vesë. 3, 2, 1. Luft e mala për tëp.
Aj, kujtës. Mujna mi ndoka për zvejtë mos jam një.
Kopin test të fëkëri.
Shon, luft e atë. Ani duar të gjiti për këtë luft.
Yes! Bravo, Judge! Bravo, Judge!
Bravo, Judge! Hajde!
Bravo, Judge! Bravo!
Nishi!
Hajde. Bravo, Judge! Om dober ti me pagu kredit, përsa ta ke kështë të sy ka shumë. Se s'ka të që me borë prashme, nuk ishe lorë prashme.
Hajde duar të gjiti për Judge!
Va. Që po të me ngulli qaqë, të me ngulli qaqë! Ja me aspik së në herë.
Tashta ka dojna rejtë, se në kena të rejtë, ose në përgjën me këtu të shenalë, për e një. Që kja...
Po më doke qaqë?
Demir, ani duar të gjiti për Demir.
Do të gjite për qaqë. Ato në me këshur varë, ka qaqë së tash.
Demir, i kena dhe challenges për ty, apo dhe sfida, që shumë pa kam në donë të 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 sepse i krymë që të sfida, të me këtu të pora të mira. A e konë të të zinja?
Jo, së konë të a e konë të zinja. Pasim në shku nëse e vetën sfida. E presim qaqë këto në ekran të këshyrim sfida. Pret. Që e qaqë, aj, ka që. Aj, vëdove, veç ti foto vëdove më qaqë. Që ta shma është teme vëdove foto. Ki fotot e merë fotografinë dhe në online e ki. Hajde, ata në majtë qate, qaja. E presim edhe njerë që. Pret, kur do foto në qia. Që, bënë foto. A, e reki. Bënë foto shpek. E reki, pret. E bëne, bravo. Tash, e presim grafikat. I presim grafikat këtë në letë, një pjesa që e një anë i. Nuk e sheti për javë të në të jene. Fisim i të regullat. Po, George, stili George, hajde. Kash, për i cëllë qytet në vjenë. Për i cëllë qytet në vjenë. Për Prishtinës, super. Të Shqiponi, njone nuk e kam Shqiponi. Ata na i të Shqiponi në si gjithë jo.
Takë e kena se vend Fortune Wheel, dhe të dhëmë rota e fortë.
Rotën e fortë i qash. Jo si me lutë biljardë, kësi se në... Po, Fortune Wheel. Ati kanë 6-7 sfida të kërëshme. Alun pastore po të bja. Po, a ki fatë. Ata mërmenja që ki fatë. Po me nëllë që po.
Hajde, kësyrën qa po të qëllon.
Let's go. Tash, të kësyrën cila për tel prej këtyre që ki me konë vazhde për në minutin 200 euro. E ki gjuetje për 2 pikë, High five me visin, ekipe Reshu Belka, layup. Go hajde një fjallë.
Urime për Kosovën! Urime edhe një herë për Kosovë! Okay, go!
Hajde të këshurim që apë atë me fushën wheel atë për Gjojgjën.
Okay, kom nga një për shët.
Kime njësë mas mori me shët. Okay, kalëzëm vizë regullat e lojës.
3, 2, 1, go!
Tëndim. Ej hapë.
Të këshyrëm tjetër në tash.
High five me visin. Kitë dësh me atësok visin. High five me visin. Okay, të këshyrim që ako tjetër në fortune wheel. Lay up, dësh me botë të përtem, Gjaj. Dësh me botë të përtem. Koncentrim, po. Ej hapë edhe me syza.
Edhe këto orman,
Gjuajtjen e lirë. Tash e kitë timin prej gjuajtjes këtë Gjaj. E hupi. Tash
Marina,
a duhet zjedh dikush tjetër, a vazhdo në Gjojgji?
podcast-esh nuk ka mund me kry sfida.
Nuk e ki kry sfidën Gjojgji.
Se kry topin apet.
Knaci Gjojgji, që këshëm panderi qjellë. 2, 1, shkuj, kushe me të bravo. Hajde këto. Rani, e provoj.
Podcast-esh Gjorgji nuk e këtë të sinjarë në regote. I ti ka sfida në 2% të sekunde. Qatë të regojnë a shakime do, hajde. Mori që me janë, qatë të shtu.
Bravo. Që shvinë e ki gati, këshërë ki në telefon e ki. Qëre? Gjujtje e lirë. Këtë gjujt jashtë vjes. Jashtë vjes, qartë, kisha ty të prove. Hajde, hej.
Të këshyrëm tjetër.
A i të shiru.
5 push-up, 5. Hajde, 5. Hajde,
Ja. 3, 4, 5. Bravo. 3. Hajde, Shtu. Qaja. Hajde. Hajde, me kësip. Hajde. Ej, jasha. Hajde të këshirim të fundit. Edhe këta, e ko? Push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5! Bravo!
Urime, kujtime. Doja, e tona që kam me postën të raketa. Të tjerë, 200 euro.
Hajde të ardhëgjitje! I të ardhëgjitje në sinare!
Duas orme. Hajde, pronovë, postën të raketa.
Edhe vinë 200 euro atë, cash, në zarf të bardhë. Në zarf të bardhë. Aj. Qëre. Normal që i kjeshe. Qëri. Ka ne nësë më biskut. Ka zama. Koku. Pas ka dojë tresim. Bravo. Bana një vëndë e të bashkë. Aj. shikash vazhdojmë, nuk kryet me shikash e presim ekranin e madh këtu që e kena. Unë e visi e dim që na pret tash i kalzojmë edhe juve. Tash është koha, momenti, krejt, e radhim krejt.
Volem rekordin e kena 100, a me dhejnë rekordin e zhurmës.
Qyshju, Prishtin, mled është decibeli. Vesh unë vetëm ka qëtë decibelin në 34, 32, 14. Vesh vetëm ka qëtë në 38. Ok, tamam, bashk e qëjmë deri 100.
Ajna gati Prishtin,
Unë visim,
ajna gati me burgjurën.
gati. Unë visim, një deri në 3. Edhe bëni zhurën maksimalisht. Vesh, të bashkona bashkova. Vesh në sekund. Le të shkon edhe në 0 decibeli. Shkon 0. Shes. Kur ti është gati? është koha për me bërë zhurën Prishtin. 3, 2, 1 dhe bëjmë zhurën këtë bashkë. 3, 2, 1, Sa shkoj se nuk e bosh? 4 dhe 3, po të dikush për vëm kikës. Pret. Prishtin, se më të gësë vëm kikës. 3, 2, 1, kur thojmë unë e visim, bëjmë zhurën. Shpes, kur je gati? Atak?
Kemi shku 55.
55 kemi shku. Kur ti është gati atak? 3, 2, 1, bëjmë zhurën! Pes dhe shtot është decibeli.
Ma mirë është e kjo.
57. Apo animojmë ata numrit e bashkë që tash
Që ta shë qenë kyti.
Unë autoni bashkë me juve, e fejnë 57 në kurtin. 3, 2, 1, bëjshë! Që shka para bak, 57.
Referi thot që edhe njëherë se paras. Referi në proptërish.
Edhe njerë, e fundit. 3, 2, 1, zhërë! Nuk dhjo të kurti 57 vite.
Do këtë maksimumi 57. Mirë.
Përndere Pristin, e vazhdoj me vendin Vienna edhe Riffa, janë të ekipet në vazhdim që nga presin. DJ, e mana pak, Derek.
Që shka gati për filin e ndeshën, do mjetë Vienna, Riffa, Mantinguin e muzikës Pomoleo, Gypsy King, Mandire Krisha Tek, shkojnë në ekipin e Vienës, me numër 2, Tony Plaza! Me numër 9, Quincy!
Your number 1 and number 2 seed meeting up in the semifinals out here in Pristina, Kosovo. We just had a dunk contest, y'all. Hope y'all enjoyed it. We saw Miller out there doing some ridiculous stuff. Anyways, Vienna coming out first. They beat down on Calabasas in their quarterfinal. 8 big points by Tony Blaza on the machine. 3 of 6 from beyond the arc. They went 5 for 11 from long range as a squad. Team Vienna rolling when it matters. And they're going to be facing up with your number 2 seed out here. And Dave had a ridiculous outing by Dennis Donkor. Just incredible play by Dennis the Menace. 14 points in a 21-14 victory over Marijampole Mantinga. 4 of 8. He started out 4 for 4 from beyond the 2-point arc. 14 points again for Dennis the Menace. The rest of them didn't even have to do that much. VVO with 6 boards and no other stats. Wow. So, again, your number 1 and number 2 seed meeting up out here in the semis. Both teams are already at a loss. So let's see how these squads match up. They've seen plenty of each other in the last few years. 9 total matchups since the start of the 2022 season. And 6 out of 9 games went Vienna's way. The last time we saw them match up was in the pool in Marseille. That one went to Vienna as well. Twice they've seen each other this year. It's a 1-on-1 contest on the season. Utsunomiya in the pool, it was Riffa coming up with a win. So, an interesting matchup for sure. Let's see if Dennis the Menace can continue his hot streak. The man's leading the tournament in scoring, that's for sure. He's got 10 more points than your second leading scorer, averaging 10 points per game. Everybody else is... Well, everybody else that's still in the tournament is under 7. The only player to get over 7 points per game is Eli Randiamampionona for Antananarivo, but they're out of the tournament. So Dennis being his special self again. And he's going to try to lead his squad past Vienna, and Vienna has gotten the better of Riffa as of late. And 10-minute sprinting we are. Here we go. It's Dennis picking up the Wilson first. Voorts on a roll. VVO on the kick out, layup up and in. He didn't score in the quarterfinals, but VVO getting things started early. The burner. Bump it and pass it. I thought he was going to go up for a layup there, but he opted to pass to Blazon, who couldn't handle the Wilson. 1-2 action again. The screen and roll for Riffa. So Voorts has been working. Some spillage on the side of the court. VVO and Diggs helping that out of the way. Now a foul called on Vienna. So Neil with the extracurricular activity. The second foul on the board for the Austrians. Augustine takes it himself. He hangs, does not hit, but he's smacked in the process. Augustine, second point on the board for the Bahraini squad. Diggs now working on Augustine, loses the Wilson. Blazon picks it up, fades off the shot, hits the front of the rim. Vienna starting this game out cold. Donkor steps into a 2-ball. Dennis the Menace at it again. 4-zip lead for Riffa. Donkor has been incredible today. Steiner swooping in like Spider-Man to get that rebound. They get it back to the Menace. A kick out, help side on the play, leaves VVO open. And that hits the front of the rim. And now a foul on the play. Scored as, I don't think the score counts. I think that foul was on the floor. So a minute 30 in, Vienna has not scored. They picked up 3 fouls already. Riffa, they're up 4-0. Just to kind of start Riffa needed again on the season. They've had a tough go at things. You've mentioned this before, but they have not shined in a lot of these tournaments. They've gone out in the group phase 3 times already on the year, which is very unlike them. So Nail now taking a 2. Rebound controlled by Dennis the Menace. Here goes Donkor again. Bumped out of bounds. Foul number 4 on the Austrians. Containing Dennis Donkor is a tall task for whoever's matched up with him. You see Sonel drawing that main assignment now. Donkor gets a lot of his buckets out of movement. Shoot it from deep. Now he takes his seat, though. That moves Voorts more into a ball handler role. Let's see how Vienna takes, or maybe takes advantage of that. And Jonas Voorts has been passing all tournament, but he has not shot it very well. In that quarterfinal game, Voorts picked up 3 points, 1 assist, again from beyond the arc. Kasper Augustine smashing with 2 hands. 5-zip lead. Where is the offense for Vienna? Their chemistry is off like an experiment gone wrong. You get that pass set out of bounds. So Riffa back to it, a 5-zip lead to start the game. Voorts to VVO. Great look, a whistle on the play beforehand. VVO working behind the screen. Gets it back to Voorts, who steps into it too. Jonas Ark splashing. It's a 7-zip lead for Riffa, who are just shooting the nets off and putting it to Vienna. There's Sonil out to the burner. Your Almaty Masters MVP lose to Wilson. Voorts with the quick pass to Donkor. Dennis the Menace back to it, working behind the screen. He steps back. The man's J is better than Ray. 8-zip Riffa. And I know one of my esteemed colleagues might be listening out here. Yeah, I stole that one. Anyway, Sonel stepping back. Shout out to Kyle, the voice of 3x3 Montgomery. Oh, Voorts behind the back. They started gallery play. I don't think this is the time to start doing that type of stuff. But, you know, Jonas Voorts tries anyway. We've gotten to our first TV timeout. And this contest is uglier than Chewbacca so far. Riffa blazing the nets off. An 8-1 start. An 8-zip start, actually, before Vienna finally got on the board just now. It's been Dennis the Menace and Jonas Ark getting to it. And they're out here running like a leaky faucet. Post action now for the artists formerly known, or the athletes formerly known as Antwerp. Kaltenbrunner to Diggs. They need Diggs to step up. He can't get the shot to go down. Rebound back to Riffa. And a defensive foul now on Vienna. That's foul number 6. And these 4 Belgian gentlemen are playing terrific. I know y'all heard that. It's all good, though. I have a child. Don't worry. I can do these dad jokes. Anyway, I get distracted sometimes. Augustine can't connect on the layup. And there's Soneel. Pick and roll action finally gets Vienna their 2nd point of the game. It's been more offense than defense, and that offense has come at the hands of Riffa. Now they go with the alley-oop play. Hanging and hitting is Casper the Ghost. And this Riffa squad is firing on all cylinders, 9-2, and we are approaching the halfway mark. Can someone tell me where the Vienna offense is? Augustine controlling the Wilson again on the rebound. Donkor on the move. Augustine tries for a 2. Splash ball. Everybody's hitting shots now for Riffa. Winsanity with the quick move baseline. But 11-3. And that score is just not what you might have expected with your number 1 and 2 seed meeting up here in the semis. Augustine again now put under pressure. Shot is blocked. Kaltenbrunner. No good. And it's going to be interesting to see whether Vienna can handle this type of adversity. And these squads in the last 2 years have played each other 9 times. 6 of those 9 times have been a win for the Austrians. But this is not looking good. And Dennis the Menace got the Wilson in hand. He rises up for another splash ball. He's playing like a man possessed. Dennis the Menace. Wow. Delivering like a DoorDash driver on shot after shot after shot. Vienna, they need some milk. Someone get him some protein powder. I'm not sure what is up with the Austrians. The hottest team in all of 3x3 right now. With their backs on the ropes. 13-3. You read that right. We are halfway done with the game. But Vienna have only scored, well, make that 4 points now. And everybody on Riffa is just getting to the rack at will. They're playing with them like some dinky toys. Diggs does a little something back, but 14-5 is what the score reads after 5.5 minutes of play. Donkor again from the deep end. The man is Halloween scary. And we're not even in August yet. Halloween's a long ways away. But Dennis Donkor is playing with a win on his mind. Another look. This time blocked, but he flips in another shot. Rebound picked up by Diggs. Vienna has not been able to stop the bleeding. That defense has more holes than your favorite pair of socks. Have been able to pour in a couple of buckets underneath the basket, but 7 points is not enough after 6 minutes of play. Fort's adding to it. He's on the floor, fouled on the shot by Diggs. And 2 free throws coming up for Jonas Ark. Second TV timeout in lopside. Riffa threw the first punch, and Vienna has not been able to recover. That punch must have been Tyson-like. We see Jonas Voorts on the stripe. 2 free throws coming up after the 8th foul on the Austrians, who just won a Masters last week. And Voorts can't connect on the first one. Is this where Vienna runs out of gas? I guess we're already there. We can have that conclusion set in stone. Should be a comeback here, but you know what? Riffa has the clear advantage here with a 10-point lead going into the last 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Kaltenbrunner. Kaltenbrunner kicks it out. There is Sonel throwing up another missed 2-ball. Forwards to Donkor. Donkor on the move again. He lines up another 2. A rare miss for Dennis the Menace. Kaltenbrunner. They can't score at the basket either. Kaltenbrunner with the quick steal. And Blazon now missing from point blank range. Possession back over to the Bahraini Belgians. Another foul on Vienna. That is number 9. They've had a lot of trouble containing Riffa on any type of action. So Kasper Augustijnen now on the stripe for 2 free throws to move his team closer to the finals out here in Pristina. A place they are well familiar with, I have to say. You know, again, we call them the athletes formerly known as Antwerp. While they were Team Antwerp, they actually made it to the finals out here in Pristina in 2022. Won the tournament. Augustijnen held his ground, a whistle on the play. Foul number 7 on Riffa now, so we'll see Quincy Diggs step up to the free throw strike for 2 looks. Look at the patience on Augustijnen, but then brings his arms down there. So the body contact enough for ref Vlad to call a foul. Diggs leaves that one on the board. Second one is in, so we are at a 10-point difference again. Riffa looking to end things. Voorts with the hesitation, a beautiful layup up and over Diggs. Riffa now at game point, a 2 will do it for them. They have to get a stop first though. Kaltenbrunner, well, there's the stop. They get it down to Augustijnen for a quick look. Riffa at game point, it's 20-9. Diggs, finally a long-range shot goes in for Vienna, but it's too little too late. Oh, turnover now on Riffa. Diggs, now a scoop layup. Difference back to 8 points. Augustijnen steps back. Riffa wants to end things, and it's in the bag. Casper the Ghost. Not ghosting that last shot. He knocks in another 2, and Riffa demolished Vienna in spectacular fashion. Your final score in this one, 22-12. We will see Riffa in the finals. Vienna, they'll bow out. We have to bring out the calculators to see whether they can end up in 3rd. Y'all enjoy these highlights. We got one more semifinals game coming up next.
Volgens behalve. Maar dat pak maar op, dat is ook weer het. Ook heel mooi. Come registro spesso con un altro qualsiasi
ajutorul Gothic. Avem școa prezentime echipe Podgoricas. Pe număr Kandava, Petar Ivanovic.
So we know who one of the finalists out here in Pristina will be. And now we get to find out who is going to be the second squad. It's Podgorica coming out first. Their defense was on full display in a 21-11 beatdown of Kandava Turība. Dajcevic and Ivanovic had 7 points each. But again, it was their defense that really shone against a prolific shooting team. They would not let them get up any shots from long range. And now they face a whole different task. The best rebounding squad in the field and possibly the tallest squad out here in Fribourg. They got 8 points again out of Kylian Martin, who's been Kylian in, anyway, killing it in the paint. 8 for 12 from the field was Martin in there. 21-19 win over Dusseldorf. And Fribourg could make it back to the finals here in Pristina for the 3rd year in a row. We'll see how they fare against this Podgorica squad, who are obviously very close to home. Kosovo and Montenegro being neighboring countries. I drove here. Anyway, they're going to be your semifinalists out here. These teams have not met up in the past few years, so a first on the pro circuit as far as a head-to-head go. And let's see who contains who. Again, Fribourg is, their control is mainly in rebounding, their pick and roll action with Martin. And Jurkovic deterring some shots at the rim. And at the rim is where Podgorica live. They hit 13 and 19 shots from inside the arc in that quarterfinal game against Kandava Turība. They go up against a very tall squad with Martin and Jurkovic manning the paint. And Fribourg, even just being in the semifinals, continues their streak of dominance on the Challenger circuit. They run to the finals, would cement them as, again, the hottest team in the Challenger circuit in 3x3. They start with the Wilson here. It's Martin to Jurkovic. He's blocked on a shot. Jurkovic goes and gets it to Martin. Sidesteps. He dropped it. Oh, he dropped him, but he couldn't get the shot to fall. A foul on Jovanovic. Martin almost took a man's ankles. Uh-oh, Jurkovic with the rejection yet again. Swiss Khalifa, 4 now. Jurkovic and his go-go gadget arms protecting the paint. Jurkovic now for 2. No good. Fribourg, the only team to score so far. There's another body on the floor. That might be the 3rd foul on Podgorica. They start out with a line of physicality, and the referees are having none of it. Jurkovic on a drive, kicks it out. Martin now goes into the paint. No one to contest him. It's an easy layup. On the other end, it's Vujadinovic finally getting his squad on the board. Now he has to contain Martin. Martin is just feasting underneath the basket. Can somebody stop him? Fribourg have been feeding the parking meter. Martin has been parked underneath the basket. 26-year-old standing 2 meters and 4 centimeters, so the tallest player on the pitch. And he's making that height count. Ivanovic sidesteps into a 2, and that's on the side of the rim. So far, not a lot of offensive movement for Podgorica. Kazazi runs into trouble. Kazazi, I apologize. Kazazi, a part of the 22 edition of the Fribourg squad that made it to the finals out here. Was not with the team last year, but came back and has been very good for them this season. The heady ball handler, contribute and drive. Knock some shots in as well, as he showed in their quarterfinal game. No one's open for Fribourg. Now they get it to Kazazi. Flips it up. Martin's wide open, but he can't handle the Wilson. Too much on that pass. And Wilson is gone. Ivanovic now. Jovanovic is open. Jurkovic almost got his outstretched hands on that, but it's 3-3. Podgorica have found their groove. There's the Jurkovic connection, but a block on the tally of Jovanovic now. So more of a defense than an offensive contest. Rajcevic drops himself, but then is fouled on the play. Underneath the basket, no connection on that Ivanovic shot. Jurkovic coming away with it yet again. The other Jurkovic down to Martin. Martin on the drive again. He's locked up underneath the basket. Jurkovic, a deep look. Both teams have been making it tough on the other squad on the defensive end. We've seen a lot of deflections. Only 6 points scored in the first 3 minutes. Jurkovic stepping up and into Jovanovic, who was whistled for the foul. That will be on the shot. So we'll see Swiss Khalifa on the strike. And our first TV timeout is upon us. Swiss Khalifa puts his team up by 1. Podgorica now. More fouls than points for them so far. And they get fouled against. For the man from Montenegro. Ivanovic baseline gets by Swiss Khalifa. So finally an uncontested layup for Podgorica Kodio. Again, who have been used to getting deep runs in the pro circuit. We talked about them making it to the Quebec Challenger finals, coming in second there. Uh-oh. The Swiss Tower gets beat again. Jurkovic right back with the outstretched arms, but can't connect on the layup. And now Jovanovic sweeping in. Podgorica have a 2-point lead. Uh-oh, the chemistry went out on that one. A failed experiment with Wilson. Sails out of bounds, possession back over to the Swiss. Look at some of the happenings so far. That was Vujadinovic slashing in for the lay. Kazadi now. A handoff for Swiss Khalifa. Kazadi down to Martin. Martin underneath is scoring at will. Close to the basket. Using all that height to his advantage. Vujadinovic can't be reached. And there's Martin yet again. 3 bumps and a bucket. And again, feed the parking meter, the big fella for Fribourg cooking underneath the basket. A 2-ball as an answer though for Podgorica. So finally teams are getting loose on offense a little bit. After a grind of a game so far, they're finally getting to it. Well, as you could probably hear, a warning extended to Fribourg for behavior. That means they talk too much. Jurkovic to the other Jurkovic. Swiss Khalifa flips it to Kazadi. And Kazadi splashing, tying the game up at 8. We are at the halfway mark. Neither team has the advantage. Vujadinovic! Oh no! With the flex! I'm still recovering as Jovanovic picks up the steal. Vujadinovic tries it again. Saves it in at the pass to Rajcevic. So Vujadinovic making an impact here. Jurkovic muscles up a shot, gets the offensive rebound, and finally up and in. My goodness, that was a poster if ever. Kazadi now fouling the play.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Two-point lead for Podgorica. Go back to Martin. Martin takes it himself. Fading on the shot. Not a make. Good defense by Jovanovic. There's Rajcevic. Podgorica, they try to get another bucket here. They screen open Rajcevic. Oh, pretty play. Everyone on the team touched the Wilson. Oh, Jurkovic off the glass. Tied at 11 again. Second TV timeout, and both teams are going at it. It's 11-11. Take a look at some of the happenings in this one. Connecting from long range is Kazadi on the shot there. He was wide open, no one near him. But it was Vujadinovic ringing a bell like a deja vu.
Fribourg är nu en aktion
And another splash from Tomas Jurkovic, who gets his team a 2-point lead now. And Podgorica get a layup out of Jovanovic. So Martin now driving again, a layup up and over the rim, a 2-point lead for the Swiss. There is Vujadinovic again. Jurkovic can miss apparently as well. He's hot from beyond the arc, but not on that shot. Podgorica with a chance to tie the game here. Oh, whistle on the play. It's foul number 3 on the Swiss. So with 2 minutes and 18 seconds to go, this game could go either way. Both teams locked in. Ivanovic now. They go looking for Jovanovic, who opts out of the shot. The misdirection. Lost everyone like no Google Maps. And the game is tied at 14. Jurkovic steps back. In and out. Jovanovic on the drive. He's in there like swimwear. 15-14. 1-point lead for the fellas from Montenegro. Now a deflection. It's saved inbounds. Martin on the drive. Uh-oh. 12-second violation. Whistle on the play. All right, the action continues. 1:30 on the clock. Will it be Podgorica Kodio, or will it be Fribourg? Going to the finals out of here in Pristina, Kosovo. Jurkovic to Jurkovic. Nathan with 3 on the shot clock. Swiss Khalifa flips up a wild shot. It's rebounded. So getting some additional info from my sources here. Apparently Podgorica has won in Pristina twice in the past, back when the tournament was still a quest level tournament, with a bit of a different squad. So they are used to winning here as well. Maybe just as much as Fribourg, who came in second on both earlier editions of the Challenger. We're under a minute. Which one of these squads will get to the finals? Jovanovic driving on Swiss Khalifa. There's a foul on the play. 1 free throw coming up for Podgorica. An opportunity to extend their lead to 2 points. Look again. Oh, that's a hard foul. Swiss Khalifa just swiping down on an arm there. I'm not a referee, but I don't know if that was a play on the Wilson. We will leave this up to the gentleman in gray. But it's Milos Jovanovic, a 28-year-old, on the stripe, an opportunity to get his team a 2-point lead. And that is all net, all wet, 16-14. Kazadi on the baseline, leaving everyone in the dust, gets the game back to within a point. Ivanovic now. Podgorica want to score, but he runs into Swiss Khalifa. 3 on the shot clock. He gets it back wide open from the side. Nuh-uh. Thomas Jurkovic skies for the board. We are at 20 seconds to go. Kazadi with the Wilson in hand and an offensive foul on Swiss Khalifa on the screen. Possession back over to Podgorica. Look again as Natan Jurkovic steps into Rajcevic on the screen there. A whistle on the play means the 5th foul on Fribourg. No free throws as a result, but it will get the possession back to Podgorica. Kodio. Podgorica have 12 seconds to work with, so we know we're going to get 2 possessions in this one, for sure. I appreciate all my sources, though. Shout out to Jimmy Lazarevsky. Hit me up with some knowledge on the Podgorica squad. Love it. Thank you. You can see that the square has filled up. Zahir Bayeziti Square, the home of 3x3 this week. 15 seconds to go. They run a long play. Rajcevic gets a screen, gets past everyone, and gets around Swiss Khalifa. A 2-point lead for Podgorica. Martin with the Wilson in hand. He gets it to Jurkovic. Sidesteps into a 2-run rip. No good. And it's Podgorica moving on to the finals in a thriller of a game. They come up with the biggest bucket of them all down the stretch. Rajcevic slashing to the cup for the lay, and they hang on. Your final score in this one is 17-15. Podgorica Kodio. Look at the highlights in this one. After those highlights, we will have a short break as both teams get a chance to rest for the finals. The next game slated to start, our final game obviously, slated to start after a musical performance coming up. The start time for that game, 9:35 local time, so that is in about 50 minutes. And I'll leave you guys to it. Don't go anywhere. I'll meet you back here at 9:35 local time. Now, before you inevitably go do other things, hit the subscribe button and go to Instagram. If you haven't done so, hit up our account at FIBA 3x3. If you want to let me in on your knowledge on the game, you can do so at BAZZ50. I've been getting some good info this tournament, I have to say. Appreciate all of that. But anyway, I'll leave y'all to it. There is a musical performance coming up, and we'll be right back in about 50 minutes with the finals from Pristina.
Nuk ka kërkon ma mirë se në Prishtinë. Nuk bëhet kërkon ma mirë se në Prishtinë. Tash. Unë nuk kam pyetje. Falënderit për prezencën. Na nderoj me një fjalë rasti.
I shkoj ma po tash dhe fjalë të kryetarit Roma, veç mi falenderu të gjithëve, po mas shumë duhet këtë publik mrekullueshme që na ka përcjellë që 4 ditë sot këtu.
Po me Eduard Dragidja, falënderit për këto 4 ditë që jeni me neve.
Për Federatën e Basketbollit në si veçantë me pas organizime të tilla, me pas partner të tilla në organizim çfarë është FIBA 3x3 Pristina, Durimi, Antoni, gjithë ata që në prapavije atje për fuqi dhe shumë kontent veçantë për këtë shoqë. Federata do të vazhdojë me pas organizime të tilla, komunën e kemi mbrapa, e di që kemi marrë vesh vitin e kaluar që me pas edhe shumë vjet dhe me botë tradicionale, kështu që faleminderit gjithëve, na shkoi parë dhe filloi më mirë.
Dera dhe klasia është e jona. Faleminderit shumë me Eduard Dragidja. Po jo, nuk vjen me ik. Jo, nuk vjen me ik.
Nuk e kombore asë
Nuk e kombore të vjen asë Nardani.
Do ta sfidojnë edhe kryetarin e komunës Pristinës.
Kush do të pari? Dit.
Po, spari kryetarin e komunës.
Njerë kryetarin, edhe një top, s'ka lidhje. Nuk ka lidhje, edhe një top e ligë, edhe një top. Pa presion, po asni pik presioni. Dali me është dhjane, hajde, dojmë pikë.
Mirë po, para se me gjujt kryetari i komunës Prishtinës, na kërkojmë nga publiko që do të me ka pak i zhurqa. Hajde bashkëtari,
Hajde publiko!
Hajde!
Pa presion, krenar, pa presion.
Hajde ta shohëm pra, spari do të gjuj, ose mëni me bo ka një, veç ka një nëzemje. Se di që i fisi për dhe s'ka nëzemje, gjithë ma
Nuk është nëzemje pik, nëzemje. Jetën time, me tabel.
Tash shkojnë pra spari do të gjuj kryetari i komunës Prishtinës, zoti përparim Rama. Hajde!
Me të ordërkitje, presim të dimin e kryetari i komunës, përparim Roma! Unë për presion, nuk folish tash. E drejta e vërteta.
Tani radhën
Jo e pretim me të ordërkitje.
kryetari i Federatës së Basketbollit, zoti
Hajde!
Maestro, edhe njëre kryetari i komunës Prishtinës. Hajde kryetar,
Karas për para zema të Gjithka e barabart një me një
po e lajnë pra një me një rezultatin kryetari i komunës Prishtinës, zoti përparim Rama.
Me të ardhërgjitje i falenderojmë edhe i përshëndesim jo veç këta, po të ardhërgjitje dhe për kejt juve që jeni këtu pak shpenime. Falenderit që e bëni këtë vend, çdo herë më të mirë, po ju nuk ishim kona çdo kena. Jeri DJ.
DJ, po! Era publika gati për një befasi.
Zonja dhe zëtri, shok shoqe, kolega dhe kolege, e presim vazhdim singullari! Go Singi! Let's go! E kemi performancën në Singin vazhdim!
Rama Pristina.
Rama Singi!
Për organizimin më të mirë streetballit ndoshta në Balkan.
Rama!
Respekt fisi edhe përparim Rama që ka jap lejen. A jeni në formë? A jeni në formë?
Bore Singi! A jeni në formë!
Alright. Prishtinë në cimu për mesin e juni, pa basketbollit më të mirë. 3-3, Pristina 3-3.
Magar transportoj unë e levrek Ajo peshk unë jëm def delet bar dhe jam qërban I ngarkova në karavan I palova dhe në tavan I lajmova si kur djath Qeni jam më shumë I shkath Doganieri po më qysh tremt I paska sytë e djemt Në bazë shpindës hecin djemt Thos t'jem plot me cement Dhe zë njotha I kent Me këto kisi producent Unë I thash nuk vetna Unë jëm asistent Deli pekerit koket gango Lekin dër librez këcejm na tango Jena t'lirë si Django Kalum na pishi si mango Për dhëll drink lango Rruga gat largo
Singullari! Pristina më gjallë për të marrë tokit!
Alright, Pristina, pak ma shumë zo.
Notën edhe ditën Ajo ton me mbi mu DM Non stop notën edhe ditën Ajo YSL min tonin e virun tel Rim kom si tel Une I kapna për bel Nxena si qel Slajmrohet n'tel S'bona nervose është e ombel Sheqerja fali krejt Meri krejt nesh Nga rikat e mbas na mu pesh Nuk pat faj se krejt plesh Unë e ajst anë si kamesh Krejt parë si bora Qa ty kum shkom dora Se di sa ora Që lutën kalzama Ti ki që fun me ra Unë se di ku shje Vazhdoj unë migra Për një tjetër jet E di që s'do në pa Po si ti ki fake Fake do ta thire kurda Unë e vroni me këto shoca I kena bov jocat me boksa 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 Po më kujtohet kur kesh vet Qdo weekend jem ka një shtet Malli bar dhe krejt siklet Policia m'jap siklet Atëherë nuk unë di shamret Tash mu m'kisi flutur ndet Krejt i bëjën me kismet Qipat krejt i shtim një bet Okej Ata nuk dojshin me pa U luqin unë me ra Unë jam deti t'u da Krytu ma se qa Shumë e shtajt ora Qutën kalzama Ondru tash koha Ska mo troha
Pristina, a jeni qov? Pristina! Another one. All right. Hey.
Kjeri ani së gjojdat me një herë tu sil Se cili për se cili dhe e për til Qata se cili për neve t'jem shkiri sen Se cili vend që shkojnë bot mirë Jena me kjerë silën me për qytet Qoma ti kena qesh bigi për te Ullet me harë tira dhe dhëm një spart Me neve e ka dashurin kam shatën e par Kjerin e kjena buz Na e tranojmë për asim me ty t'i bitin e puz Duhet rekin në zbut Një ka du si cilën që e kom kliken qut I mas rrug qaq shumë sa që mamin thirë në tim
Asmoni me neve kërë të fjarë
Qetë me kujna
Pjetin sërë Silo qytetin kanë Asmoni me neve kërë të fjarë Qetë me kujna pjetin sërë Silo Singular now. All right, Pristina, thank you so much. Extra Jude gonna be pressure, so that's it, huh? Yep. Pepe. All right, thank you so much, Pristina. Thank you, Pristina, so much. Knaqemi me finalen. Inshallah fiton më i miri. Fisi, big up. Kryetari Pristinës për parimin. Love you. Peace. DJ, hit it. Pjesën në dy. Ej, me ligën e ka këto. Po vazhdojmë edhe me një lojë tjetër shpërblyese. Na vjen 5 veta. Milika është ajo. Po. Milika e ka dupi. 5 veta kena mi sjell për juve që jeni publik, edhe njëri për juve ka me fitu këtë top. Kështu që, kur të është gati Milika vjen s'postohet shtë, pas shtë. Në tendimin e saj të parë. Dytin atje, tretin atje, katërt edhe pestin. Milika, kur t'je gati, po?
Prit.
Ha?
Amoni u kohë mos këseni me kry, po me dur. Qa ashtu, qetë një dur për pare, jo kry.
Qere. Hajde Milike. Hajde, 3, 2, 1, hajde! Hop. Ti vjen në njërën fush. Bravo.
Bravo, shumë mirë, qa ashtu pare.
Me t'njofshëm, po. Qëllon një pjapi që atje, e mi goti ju pjesa që atje. A e mi goti. Vet. Hajde me më fush, do maskota, Artan.
Vesh ka doles, e qa ashtu bravo mirë, shumë.
Qëre tash,
S'kena të gëndu.
2 veta i morim. Maskota, po të me jep. Jep rostin t'i kujna. Prit e jepin i tëm, hajde me mu. Kjo dobi për ty. Hajde koncentrim. Hajde maskot. 3, 2, 1, jepi! Hop.
Dhe kop ka mërmoni aty. Jo mërë një fmiku. Vesh ka dole, e ka kop. O, fmi të doshë re.
Hajde Milike sa tje. Hop. Yes! Kërcem me malë për top. Hajde me një me fush. Me top.
Nuk e di, a e gjujti na i pic, që këtyn me kopa shka lot top, është e. Prit.
Sigurem, hej!
O, i kemi 2 edhe një po tjenë, 3, vesh pa. 3. Ka cila unë s'kena gjuhish?
Ka cila unë s'kena gjujti që Artan. Hajde Milike. Hajde. Epa! Bravo, hajde me një me fush.
Hajde.
Apo shkoj, ta shkoj.
Që po vjen. E kemi 4 fëmijë simpatik. A kemi na i vojza, po ne e pak për pasit e vojzat.
Hajde, i regard të një.
Qëri këta t'jem me një me kohë topi. Po ka dole pak. A bën, falj, vesh pak ju t'natë. Falj. A bën me e topin një vojzës. E pojna pak një përjashtim. Që i këta moshtë me një gjuje.
Edhe një tendim, edhe një person me vinë Artan. Edhe një.
Mundësisht me qenë femër. Rejnë një moshkë, ullë. Apo, po, hajde me mu. Hajde shkojna pak, hajde.
Hajde Artan, shko mere një.
Dhe ka dalë, hajde. Që ka dalë, shtu i ki 3 shkollë të moshtë. Jo, rraf që e ki në stakin. Kena me përzjedh një bojzë. Hajde. Që, e kopja jo bojza, bravo.
Hajde me një fush.
Falimdire shumë. Ka dalë, qashtu. Falimdire shumë për publikës, falimdire në njëre publika, falimdire shumë.
Hajde, shpashpërgjës me gjitje e kena zgjidh kandidatët e natës e sotme për lojën shpërgjyse. Gati Artan?
Okej.
Maskota, ka e lipë dhe mikën i jo. Hajde shkojmë shpejt me një prezentim të emrave. Që kemi? Lisi i pari. Erioni i dyti. Noordi i treti, i katërt i Muhamedi, kroni i pesti edhe Lidja. Tash, e kena gati DJ, edhe e kena gati muzikën. Një me një. Deri sa e bërë në rënditjen e duar Artani. Fotografia zyrtare, 7 metrit parandeshës. Bëhet edhe fotografia. Sfida në vazhdim është Dance Challenge. Oh, kuku, oh, popo,
E këpëshim topin, do minutë kanë me gju. Ja, keni me këtyra. E keni lyp,
kush për të mja nisi pare?
që të gajnë, e ke dit.
Kush për të mja nisi pare? A di qysh? Ja nisim këtë bashk, edhe publika e vendus kush e fiton tupin. Këtë bashk në mundësi. O bo, këtë bashk në mundësi. Krejt bashk, qysh të vjen, qysh të mas mire. DJ,
Hajde.
kur ti e goti e jep janë maksimum muzikës se shkum me këtyra.
Tena vole.
Hajde, kujtë e godi DJ, krejt bashk, vole, i vole të skuter, hajde, hajde, ardan i volës.
Ose kjera se shotën që aty mos ka vjet, se në publika e di që në shqip,
DJ kur ti e godi,
që për
se
shotë
me nga me i do.
zjarë fikse, në gata nga me po të ju.
DJ, ence, 3, 2, ardan i volës, Aj, ja s'ka do të rikitja, aj,
Kjo është për zonë i
aj,
shotës.
ere, opa, 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 Ja, përzik shabini,
Shëri në duar të kjeti aty për krejt familj, banderit.
Okej, renditën e? Dhe vetë vendus publika, përveç me Artonit dhe maskotës, kush e ka fitu? Me do atë gjitje? Okej, presim.
Tani për fëmijën në 2 soki.
Hajde me do atë gjitje? Pas ke shumë sa tje. Hajde me do atë gjitje? Hajde të kësyrim. Hajde tash me do atë gjitje? Okej, këtë paraparte ishtë ashtë në dyshku. Hajde Pristin. Okej. Hajde Pristin. Aj. E ka fitush përdimin. Faleminderit krejve për pjesëmarrjen. Kjo është për ty faleminderit që ke ardhur.
Hajde të mirë duar të kjetje.
Me dorë të ekipje.
Faleminderit.
Pristina bëri zgjedhjen e tuar. Është polli fituese atë vajzën e vogël.
Ftoj regjimin në ndihmu pak që dance game-in me këty në Kiska. Po përqenë që Kiska. Hajde të shohë rollën atë. Jenë shtu qifte.
Ka kohë që nuk e kemi përdorur Kiska.
I shaftu do qifte veç më putë, mos me vazhdu ma shumë. Na veç putë e brojna. Nuk tuk një herë dhe në shpit. Jo, rejnë se o finali.
këshyri ma të në regjia
Atje,
edhe një qift tjetër.
atje pesha njoni flokësit mija, krejt qelko.
Prapa mirë, ata.
Hajde t'jepi në 2 pipa, deri në qes ke kryt mushën.
Regjia të fundit për sot. Fundit, qiftin e fundit për sot.
Hajde,
Hajde.
edhe një gjemë,
Edhe një që... Opa!
Falenderit shumë.
Falenderit shumë. Për juve, do të rëgjitje për që qëllë që ne të pashë për njëre.
Falenderit publika, falenderit shumë.
Është koha tani zoni o zëtëri shumë këshu që kolege dhe kolege për finalin e madhe të edicionit të 3x3 Pristina. Riffa edhe Podgorica na vjen vazhdimi loj pa atletarët me armë fush për nxemje, janë gati për spektakël, për dram, për aksion, për fantastikë shkëndëzore në gjarje për sot DJ. Herit!
Into your motherfucking back, y'all.
Riffa, join us on the court. Going up. Koha për nxemje, time for warm-up. Riffa, please join us on the court.
Sarajevës definitivisht na kanë shumë gati gjithë ekipës. Me nuk asë një atë që e parit në kryrë Gabin. Vazhdoj turje, uj kristal. Një uj që ka shumë etje, kryptone rendi. Can't touch this.
Into your motherfucking backyard.
Segredo de ouro, Pristina.
All alone with the street lights, just taking stripes from my hood twice. Ain't nobody for me to hold, just me this all day, but I gotta go. Mama, I know I act like a fool. Wasn't how you raised me, but I gotta grow. Little sunshine, I'm gon' let it shine. Learn from
They more attitude, find on the new shit. See me never do shit. All bust down, we might be violence. Touchdown. Look at me. Zonës li shumë që kolegë. Është finale e madhe edicionit të 7 të 3x3 Pristinës. Për pak sekunda, deri sa bashkëtare referat ekipa edhe vetar të ugrati. Zonë i shpak muzikës, është finale e madhe e edicionit të 7 të 3x3 Pristinës. E shfrytëzoj rastin mi kallëzu që përdori telefonat, krejt blicat gati para se me janë nis finales për natën e sot me Prishtinë. Para se me janë nis finales e sot me krejt telefonat, blicat. Po du mi po blicat, po du mi po telefonat nalë. Po du mi po telefonat nalë, blicat. Pristina, hajde telefonat, hajde, telefoni, LT. Hajde, peki telefonit, hajde.
Put your lights up. It is about to get bright out here in Pristina, where we get ready for the final of the 24 edition of the FIBA 3x3 Pristina Challenger. Who will win and who will follow Antwerp and Amsterdam as champs out here in Kosovo? The crowd is ready. The MCs are ready. Now let's see if both teams are ready. We'll get you reintroduced in just a minute. But we've had a crazy 2-day of games here. We got a saxophone player getting the players out of here. It's Riffa coming out first. Jonas Furtz. He had 4 points in a semifinals beatdown of Vienna, but it's been that man, Dennis the Menace, leading the field in scoring by a large margin. The man has 37 points to his name, is averaging close to 10 points a game. The next best player is at 25. That's just ridiculous. Anyway, Riffa came through Marijampole, Mantinga, and then again a beatdown of Vienna in the semifinals to get to the finals here. They finally shake off the rust of this 2024 season so far. They know they've placed the Wuxi. Now can they get the bag? Kasper Augustijnen led him in that semifinals matchup with 9 big points. He added a dunk, 4 rebounds, and a highlight to his reel. 2 for 2 from beyond the arc for Kasper the Ghost. They face with a tough squad though. Podgorica Kodio, a 17-15 victory over Fribourg in the semifinals, got them here to the finals. They've won here twice, but this is way back when this was still a quest. Now it's a challenger event, has been for the last 3 years. Jovanovic led him in that semifinals with 6 points, 4 boards, and 7 highlights. He added 2 key assists and 2 blocked shots as well. He's joined by Petar Ivanovic, Marko Rajcevic, and Alexa Vujadinovic. And please go check out our Instagram for the way he handled the man in the semis. He put one on someone's neck. It was filthier than a college dorm. Vujadinovic, a worthy highlight for this Podgorica Kodio squad, who once again run deep in a pro circuit event. We will be seeing them in Wuxi as well. They also play for that bag at the end of this tournament. One more 10-minute sprint left from the Zahir Pajasidi Square here in Pristina, Kosovo. And in just about 10 minutes of playing time, so 20 minutes of real time, we will know who walks away with a first place in the standings. Now, to get the logistics out of the way, we know who came in third. We did our calculations, and it was Vienna, your #1 seed, coming through. They scored a few more points than Fribourg, who ended up in 4th. So Vienna will also feature at the Wuxi Masters October 1st and 2nd out in China. But you know what? We're not there yet. One more game. One more game. This is it. We're sprinting again. Riffa got us started. VVO to, well, he's looking for Dennis the Menace. Donkor open, but blocked on the shot. Great defense by Ivanovic. Oh, smashing like a Krabby Patty. Ivanovic getting things started in style. Look again, he freezes Forts and comes through with the one-hand spike. This Podgorica Kodio squad is more serious than Geralt or Rivia. I'm telling you right now, they bring the defense, they bring the offense, but they are going up against Dennis the Menace. We'll see who comes out on top. Rajcevic to Jovanovic. These teams played before on the season. Their only matchup coming at the Marseille Masters in pool play. That was a 18-14 victory for Podgorica Kodio, who managed to get Petar Ivanovic going and put it to Riffa. But Riffa in this type of form, I don't know. It is Podgorica on the board first. And an offensive foul on Riffa now. It's their first, but a turnover as a result. So Riffa, who came out of the catacombs in the semifinals ablaze, just put it to Vienna, ran up to a 10-point lead and never let go. Now looking at a 2-point deficit. Ivanovic working behind the screen. He almost dropped himself. Now he steps into a fader. And I don't know about that fade. Might have to check your barber. Ford's asking for a screen. Ford's a awkward runner. Thought he had Augustijnen open, couldn't get there. And there are the the fellas from Montenegro again. It's 3-zip, make that 3-1 after Augustinen is all by himself. So Riffa finally on the board after a minute 30 of play. A miss underneath. And Fort's now firing from long range. He finally connected on a couple in the semifinals. Has not had the greatest of shooting performances so far. 1-for-1 from beyond the arc in that game against Vienna earlier. But he's usually a sharp shooter, but his percentages are quite low here in Pristina. Now an unsportsmanlike foul. That means 2 fouls on the tally of Riffa. And 2 freebies coming up for Vujadinovic. Again, this man brought the boom in the semis. Curious about that, go check that out on our Instagram at FIBA 3x3. And excuse my yelling. I got excited. Vujadinovic only gets the connection going on 1. Back to the fellas in yellow. Forts fouled on the attempt there, so now Riffa has 2 freebies. A lot of fouls early in the game. First 2 minutes, we're up to 5 fouls already. Dennis the Menace. Oh, a filthy hesitation. Oh, but, oh, you know what? There's some extracurricular activity involved. A double dribble. Grabbed it onto the Wilson with 2 hands. So referees turning the possession over to Podgorica Kodio. Ivanovic working behind the screen. He steps back. Trying to avoid the long arms of Augustinen, and it manages just so. Pretty shot by Ivanovic, getting his team up by 3 here. Donkor. He's had the scope unlocked for the entire tournament. He can't connect on that one. BVO knuckleballs in at 2, and it's 5-4. Riffa right back into things. There's Ivanovic splashing again. Both teams unlocking the long-range shots here. Riffa, can they get another one going? Forts attempts to take it to the cup. A big Euro by Jonas Ark. Left to right or the layup. Now he has to guard Ivanovic. It's good defense right there. Ivanovic, no look at a shot. Difficult attempt. The rebound's picked up by the Bahraini Belgians. Donkor from the corner. Jovanovic, good foul on Donkor, who stops Jovanovic from scoring, puts him back out on top. That will get us to our first TV timeout as well. Ivanovic getting things started with this righty spike. And Augustinen again making himself useful on the defensive end. And I've said it before and I'll say it again, he's finding his groove again. A defensive presence for this Riffa squad. Long arms could protect the paint. Hit some shots from the outside as well, and he's starting to get comfortable after that injury that kept him out for so long. Worked very hard to get back to this spot, and it's working so far. Kajcevic loses everyone and everything, but also to Wilson, misses the shot, and that will be a 12-second violation.
Riffa kao roster svi par razgovora za to da se počinuje redni dik na gata akcija.
Forwards to Donkor. Donkor. Float game from the middle of the paint. Forwards kicks it out. Gets it right back underneath the basket. Uh-oh, fouled on the play as well. Gets that shot to go through a lot of contact. And look at Jonas Ark. Up and in, and now an option at one more. Vujadinovic jumping on his back. Not in a good way like he did in the semis. Referee Montgomery told setting things straight, and action continues with 6 minutes on the clock. Ivanovic, another open look. Now a foul on the rebound. It's number 4 on Podgorica Kodio. Ivanovic a little bit too handsy on the rebound attempt there. 12 fresh seconds for Riffa. We've won this challenger before, dressed as Team Antwerp back then. That was in 2022. Oh, force behind the back. That gallery play snuffed out though. And now Jovanovic underneath gets a layup to go and ties the game at 8. We're approaching the halfway mark. A kick out. There's Forts. He leaves everyone in the dust. He dropped a man. Pick your ankles up, please. Somebody pick the ankles of Ivanovic up off the court. Forts had him slipping like he stepped on a banana peel. Yuck. Oh, Jovanovic with a misdirection, leaving everyone in the dust. There's Donkor again. He's not been able to hit from long range in this game just yet. Forts, though, oh, it's a good look, but that pass was snuffed out. There's Vujadinovic hanging in the air and hitting a difficult shot. Forts working off of the screen. Attempts a difficult 2. It's snuffed out and defended with a little bit too much. 2 free throws coming up for Jonas Ark. Look again, he spins away from Rajcevic, who steps into him as he's trying to land, and you have to protect the shooter, so landing spot is sacred. That means 2 freebies for Riffa. Forts calmly knocks in the first. Let's see if he has a second one in him. That could put his team up by 1. Forts gets both the free throws to go in. Can these 4 men from Montenegro answer? It's Ivanovic. He gets his cookies taken. Augustine down to VVO, who set up shop underneath the basket. 12-10 as a result. Gorica a little sloppy with the Wilson here. A couple turnovers in a row for Gorica Kodio, and Vujadinovic is a little shaken up on the play. I think Forts might have dove into his leg there. But he gets back up. Walks it off. Van Oosterwijk. Oh, an errant pass. Augustine somehow controls it. VVO back to Augustine underneath the basket. Oh, you know what had happened was, see, no. And to add to it, Augustine here with a foul. So first he misses the easy look underneath the basket, and then he puts Marko Rajcevic on the stripe for some free throws. And Rajcevic with an option here to tie the game at just over 4 minutes. Again, who is going to pick up a challenger win here? Both teams have not done so, have gotten close. We have not seen Riffa in a finals yet this year. We did see Podgorica. Oh, Forts with the slam! Jonas Ark! Look at this. I didn't know he could get up like that. I'll be honest with you, the misdirection and then the slam for Jonas Forts. And his team with a 1-point lead. There's right. Oh, Ivanovic missing everything. Looked like he had a clear layup there. And that's gotten us to our second TV timeout. This game is actually pretty tight. Both teams don't give a lot of ground to the other squad. 13 to Riffa, 12 Podgorica. Both teams also in foul trouble. Riffa a little bit more, they're at 7. But it's a game of wills, more so than a game of runs, this one. Forts finding his groove at the right time, splashing in a 2-ball and a 3-point lead for Riffa as a result. It's Jonas Forts' playground this finals, stepping up his game. Vujadinovic hanging, can't hit. It's tapped up and in by one of the long arms of Podgorica, but there's Jonas Ark again. 17 to 13. They've unleashed Jonas Forts, and he's playing like a man possessed. No answer for Podgorica. But Jonas Forts is blowing up like a pufferfish, getting buckets from long range as well as underneath the basket. He even dunked the Wilson once. The man's getting swifty. I know there's some Rick and Morty fans out there somewhere. Anyway, Augustine, another 2-ball down for Riffa. They're splashing the nets off. A deep look for Jovanovic is off the mark, out of bounds. Riffa have possession. A 2-ball will mean they get their first win on the pro circuit in 2024. They go with Donkor, Augustine, and Forts. Forts has been the man. There's Augustine lining up another 2-ball. It's up and in, and Riffa take the challenger. 21 to 13. They went on a heater in the last 2 minutes here and have really completely taken over this game. Your final score in this one, 21 to 13, and your winners in Pristina in 2024 are the same players, or the same squad under a different name that has also won in 2022. Look again as Casper the Ghost splashes from deep and gets his team a much-needed victory. After a tough start to the 2024 season, finally Riffa on the board with a win here. And it was a team effort, I have to say, because Dennis Donkor carried them to the quarterfinals, then went big in the quarterfinals, but it was Augustine in the semis stepping up, and now Forts, who went bananas in the finals. The man he brought a wrecking ball like Miley Cyrus. Podgorica are left with a second place finish. someday, I'm sure, we'll come to appreciate in due time, especially against an unleashed Riffa squad like this. And again, Podgorica pick up a spot at the Wuxi Masters where we'll see them represent. Now it's time for the Belgian Bahraini fellas to get their much deserved spot in the limelight, though. We will find out who your Pristina Challenger here in 2024 MVP is going to be. Who's the most valuable player? We know who the winning squad is. These fellas get ready to get their pictures taken. It's time for us to look back on their body of work. And you can hear them celebrating in the background. Much deserved victory for this Riffa squad. They came in as a second seed. Started out rough with a loss to Antananarivo, but redeemed themselves with a last-second win, 21-19 victory over Kandava Turība. It was Donkor in that game, and I mentioned it before, came through with 10 big points to lead the squad to victory. Again, much needed victory. They would have been out of the contest if they would have lost that one. Then they stepped into the day, and they've been incredible. Look, a 21-14 beatdown of Marijampole Mantinga, in which Dennis the Menace came up with 14 huge points. We'll get to him because he might be the MVP. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, that was a beatdown of Marijampole. Then a matchup with number 1 seeded Vienna, which we thought was going to be a very tough matchup for them. And Kasper Augustine, again, very solid in that game. 9 points, 4 rebounds, 1 highlight, 2 of 2 from beyond the arc, 3 of 6 from inside the arc. A couple of free throws as well for the lanky Belgian. And he made it very difficult on defense for all of the Vienna players, so he got them to the finals. And the finals, it was Forts who just went bananas. I mean, Jonas Forts with a dunk. But we'll figure out what the UD MVP is right now. And as expected, it's Dennis the Menace. Dennis Donkor, your MVP in Pristina here. After scoring 38 points total. Look, he only needed to get 1 point down in the finals. He had 37 before the finals. He came up with 38, averaged 7.6 points per game. But again, the highest scoring game of the tournament, 14 points in that quarterfinal against Marijampole Mantinga. And a well-deserved MVP award for Dennis the Menace, who played his behind off to get his team to the finals. What a tournament for the speedy ball handler. He knocked down a ridiculous 12 twos. And now he's joined by the squad. Here you go. Riffa, Kasper Augustine, Dennis Donkor, Jonas Voerts, and Vic van Oosterwijk, a.k.a. VVO. They are your winners out here in Kosovo. They repeat after a victory in 2022 under a different name. Look at the hats. They are your champions out here in Pristina. Congratulations to Riffa. And we will see them as well as Podgorica, Kodio, and Vienna back at the Wuxi Masters. Oh, there's some champagne as well. Fireworks and everything. So with that, we say a thank you to Pristina for hosting a lot of 3x3 over the past week. Zaya hereby does CD Square, home to a women's series as well as a challenger event. Your winners in the challenger one more time, Riffa from Bahrain. Give it up to them. This was Boz Rosendahl, aka The Mountain. I've been in your ear for too long, last 2 days, and I'll be back soon, don't worry. Got an announcement coming tomorrow on social.
I falenderoj me dhe njerë gjitha ata që mundësuan e vetëm për këto 14 rada si e përmeni edhe Artoni më herët. Është kë event i përveçëm. Falenderit Ministrisë Kulturës, Rinjisë Sporteve, falenderit Komunës Prishtinës, Federatës Basketbollit, falenderit Qeparit, falenderit Ujit Kristal, Sarajeva Steakhouse, falenderit FIBA, falenderit Think Big për bashkëpunimin, falenderit Folea.com, kompania e sigurimeve dhe Rock, Minis Group, FIBA, falenderit Folea.com, gjithë juve që ishit pranishëm këtu. Oh my bad. The champion!